Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Weird Science DC Comics Podcast, episode 583. And we don't have a lot of books this week. Not as many books as the past couple of weeks, though I'm still pretty tired as I'm talking right now from all of the recording. But as we go through a really odd week, it is a really weird week at DC, especially where the podcast kind of comes in. As people would know if you've been listening, we usually start out the podcast, at least the books part of it, with something like a Batman, a Superman, detective, action, Justice League, anything like those big books. And to show how odd a week it is, we will be starting with the Secret Six book, which I don't know that many people are reading. So we'll be starting with that. Now, if you end up thinking, well, what are the big books of the week? And you say, well, obviously, The Resurrection Man by Ram V, or even the JSA by Jeff Lemire. Both of those were picked by the badasses of the Get Fresh crew, and those are on our Patreon spotlight. Again, kind of slim pickings this week. I will tell you that I did end up liking The Resurrection Man, and that's kind of a shock. I'm not a huge Ram V fan. I did like the beginning of New Gods. I hope I get back to liking it as much as I did at the beginning, but I did like the start for Resurrection Man. Also ended up talking, I talked with Drunk Simon on that one, and then I also talked JSA with our man Sus Gabe, and that I thought was picking up and getting a little more focus, something that I've been begging it to do for quite some time, kind of since the beginning. So both of those books, pretty good, but those are on the spotlight. Again, if you want to listen to that, and it was about an hour and a half or so, an hour, 40 minutes maybe, and that is at patreon.com/Weird Science, where you can also get a ton of other shows. And also, just to shout out this week, we also had two Absolute books. We ended up having Absolute Superman and Absolute, what was that? Absolute Green Lantern. I almost said Martian Manhunter again, much to my chagrin. No, it was Absolute Green Lantern and Absolute Superman. Me and Gray talked about those on our live stream on the YouTube channel, Weird Science Comics. We do that every Friday night at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And if you want to end up, joining in on the live chat, all that stuff, we had a lot of fun. Afterwards, we did hang around and talk for a while. We weren't going to talk for that long, but we ended up going on pretty long, just talking about comics in general and answering questions and things like that. But we have a good time when we end up doing that. So those two books are there. And now we're left with what is left. And when we get into it, we're going to have, I said, Secret Six, Adam Project, Two-Face, Batgirl, and Birds of Prey. These aren't exactly the top tier books, but they are books and they're here to be reviewed. And I'm joined by a bunch of people to review them. And then also we will have our retro review, me and Stork talking about the first appearance of Cassandra Cain, and then some other things mixed in as well. But again, those two books, probably the best books of the week, Resurrection Man and JSA, were picked by the badasses. And I'm going to get right to it. See, this is streamlined. I'm getting to their roll call. We have Sean M., Joe, Edward, Hawa, Andrew from Belfast. Don't mention it. D-Man 3001, David Fink, Jack Halsey, Brandon, Nick Rust, Trevitt. I tried to get a hold of Trevitt. Trevitt convinced me to get a new tablet, a refurb tablet, which is really awesome. And then I asked him, I wanted to see if he wanted to get involved with maybe reviewing some Marvel stuff. And he has dissed me. He hasn't talked to me. I don't think he got the message. I think he's busy. Tom Johnson, Dan Smith, JLG, Big Z, The Mark Claire Show, The Annihilator, Ted Probst, I Love Punchline, Stork, Michael S., Matt Razor, Dr. Matt Razor, Niels T. Hort, Stephen Baum, Jason Colby, Sue42 to you and me, Mike G, Ken Halleck, Comic Boom Rocky, Mark Jager, Ruben, Carlos, Two of Marv, Luke Hollywood, Simon, Luis, Manship, Swanee, Josh Vermillion, Batman Beyond Mark, B, Mira Brandy, Murray Brandy, Brandon Murray up there in Canada, Buffalo, Canada, and Double Aaron doxing his ass in Minnesota, all-time greats, Reginald Drinkwater and Rob Lewis, and pour one out for our past homie, Eric Shea. And yeah, it was a crazy week. It's always a crazy week here at our house here at the Weird Science Studios. But as I was recording on Friday night with Gray on the Absolute Show, I didn't have my phone. I usually have my phone with me. I've even been made fun of at points where the, ringer goes off and things like that. I did not have it with me. When I got done, I found out that my son Rafe was in a car accident. It was nothing serious except that he wrecked the car. Nobody else was involved. He lost control of the car. And if people, maybe they would remember, I think it was something that I would have mentioned at one point. It was way, way back, but the podcast was going on. Alex got in a really bad accident. It was the same exact spot. So it was a really crazy deal. And by the time I got done doing the Absolute Show, everything was all figured out, whatever. And then I started getting blamed for not being involved while I didn't know. I had no idea. I didn't have my phone with me. That's my fault. But what happened even was we do the show and it's live. So you have to show up at the right time, 7:15. And I was upstairs feeding the dog and then realized, oh crap, I got to go. So I ran down and forgot my phone. So I got a lot of crap for that. And then today had to go get a rental car. And then I swear to God that Tanya, and she's in Delaware, I'm in Philadelphia, and she ends up telling me, I thought she said, don't get the extra insurance for the rental car. So I didn't. Then she asked if I did. I said I didn't. Then she got mad saying I was supposed to. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'm just stuck down here in the basement. Nobody's here right now. They've been doing a lot of work, and a lot of the things I've recorded this week, people who record with me will tell you that I've been very, very angry because they've been banging and sawing and doing some more banging and then some more sawing, and it's been driving me nuts. But it seems we're free and clear here, so I'll be able to do a couple of my things, but we're going to get on to the show. It's not going to be as long as some of the others. And again, the books weren't great. The books were not great, but we tried to have some fun with them, go through them as we always do. But we're going to go off first before we get to all those books. We're going to go to a little bit of news, not a ton of news either, but we're going to go to a bit of news that will point out something that we will have on the Patreon is the idea of the Patreon only show. At the end of this month of April, we're going to have a annuals week at DC. That's a 5th week of books. They usually put on annuals. They will. And the news that I'll be talking about is one of those annuals, and we'll do that right about now.
The news.
It is time for the news, and this, I'm going to hit breaking news, so it isn't and shouldn't be, because the kind of deal with comics, it seems like there's like a 3-month little gap. You end up doing an issue, it comes out 3 months after that, and with that, you shouldn't be announcing a creative team change a couple weeks before a book comes out. But lo and behold, at the end of this month, during the annuals week, we will have a bit of a replacement. And if you are an Al Ewing fan, like Jason, then maybe you'll be excited. But I'm actually excited to see what old Al Ewing might have in store. And the headline here is Al Ewing replaces Tom Taylor on April's Detective Comics Annual. Originally solicited as written by Detective Comics series writer Tom Taylor, Absolute Green Lantern, All New Venom, and Immortal Thor writer Al Ewing. And now I do want to point out to Jason, only Jason, this is between me and you, Jason, they did not mention Metamorpho there. There's a reason. There's a big reason. I'm not going to get into it, but there's a reason. But yeah, mention, Absolute Green Lantern. That came out this week. A little bit, kind of back and forth, whatever. Some people like it. It was weird. All New Venom. That was big this week as well, where you had Mary Jane revealed in one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen, that she's the All New Venom. And then you get Immortal Thor, which lo and behold, I was going to get a hold of Jason today and tell him, since he loves that Al Ewing, loves him like a son, I think he does, to check out that Immortal Thor. because it's supposed to be a really, really good issue. It has a bit of a gimmick, like a coin flipping gimmick, but it's supposed to be really, really good. I'm actually going to read it when we are done here. But there's Al Ewing, not mentioning Metamorpho. I'm surprised they're still not mentioning Immortal Hulk, because that's what they do all the time. But it says that he has come on board to write the new Detective Comics Annual 2025 for DC Comics. Again, he's come on board. He had to have come on board months ago. I think that they just forgot to tell anybody. The solicit still says Tom Taylor, and then people were probably asking Tom Taylor, hey, what are you going to be doing with this annual? Oh, shit, I'm not doing that anymore. And Tom Taylor wrote on Blue Sky, and I'm on Blue Sky. Don't use it much. Carlos ended up reaching out. Carlos, he ended up saying, hey, you should do more on Blue Sky. And I said, you know what, I should. And I started putting out things. I don't know what you call them. They're obviously not tweets. I like to think of them as blowskis. But the idea, I threw out a blowski there and did a couple and then forgot about it. So I apologize to Carlos. I forget about everything. But yeah, I threw out some blowskis. And then it says what he said on Blowski or Blue Sky. Unfortunately, I had to step aside from the upcoming Detective Comics Annual. But the great Al Ewing stepped in to write an awesome story with Stefano Raffaele, John McCrae, and Fico Ossio on art. And anytime I read a press release or a tweet like this, I'm reminded of a fella that I used to talk to a lot in the Slack. He was in our Patreon, all that stuff. Very nice guy. I really like talking to him. The problem is he'd get weird ideas in his head. And one of the ideas would be, and I'll play act this. Tom Taylor sends out this blowski, right? Oh my God, it's an awesome story. And this guy would get a hold of me right away. Did you hear that Al Ewing issue, that Detective Comics, it's awesome. And I'd say, well, where are you getting that? It's not out yet. How do you know that? Tom Taylor said it was awesome. And I'm like, oh, okay, but that doesn't mean, no. He actually said it is awesome. So it has to be awesome or else he'll get sued because then he's lying. And then I could try to talk to him. That doesn't mean that he could get sued. It's PR. I kept telling him like these people, and he would really go with when people would say, oh my God, this is the book that I've been waiting to write. I'm a fan of XYZ since I was born. Holy moly, it's the best thing ever. Did you hear that? It's his favorite thing. And I keep telling him like, no, like that's what they say. It may not. But the idea when an editor and even the Tom Taylor says, oh my God, there's Al Ewing story. So he would always say, and he legitimately thought that if it wasn't true, that the guy could get sued. I'm like, nah. And then he got really, really mad at me at one point, and it's kind of funny if you are familiar with the deal. I ended up kind of getting the word and kind of sensing that Jonathan Hickman was going to be leaving the X books. And I said to him, oh man, and he loved them. He loved the whole, Hawks and Pox and the Krakoa stuff. So I said, I don't know. It looks like he's going to leave. And he's like, he'll never leave. If he leaves, I'll do this and that. He was so angry. And then like 3 days later, he announced he was going to be leaving. And the guy was so mad. All I got was F you. And then he quit the Patreon. Never heard from him again. I think he thought it was my fault. He was a nice guy too. I have no idea what happened to him. And I know he's from Canada. Now I can't remember. It might be Jay from Canada. I can't remember. But yeah, it's funny. I've never heard from him since because I think he blames me that Hickman left the Hawks and Pox Krakoa stuff. Marvel. But there you go. Tom Taylor and his Blowski said it's going to be an awesome issue. And if he'd get sued if that wasn't the case, a class action suit against Tom Taylor because it wasn't quite awesome. It was only good. That'd be the best. You're in court and then you'd have to explain, it would end up being, well, what is awesome? And what do you think? Oh, it'd be a disaster. Holy moly. And then Al Ewing actually wrote on Blowsky. They're all doing Blowski. Says, I get to write Batman coming to my town. I like that Al Ewing is so pretentious in my mind that I'm supposed to know what his town is, though I think it is London town. But I mean, as far as I know, he could be talking about, Boise. Oh, no. He blocked my ass. He ended up blocking me because I asked him why he blocked Eric. Eric had no idea why he blocked him because he'd never heard of him before. Just went to check him out when we started the Marvel podcast and he was blocked. So I said, hey, Al. Hey, baby, what's happening here, Al Ewing? You blocked my man Eric Shea. That's America's sweetheart. And he's like, really? And it blocked me. I was like, ooh, he got me. Now, he got me so bad. Now I can't see what he's trying to promote. Oh my God, what am I going to do? They changed the rules of that, but still, he's doing blowskis now. It's been a lot of fun taking my first swing at the world's greatest detective. So hopefully you'll all join us to puzzle out why a murder victim would scrawl. I like the way that's phrased, puzzle out. And the riddle me this is too much, right? Anymore, it's puzzle out. I'm going to puzzle it out. And why would somebody write, Batman, do not solve my murder in their own blood? Now, with that, I hope that you can check the penmanship of that, because I swear to God, that's something my wife would do if I ended up dying. Batman, that'd be funny. Actually, if, right now I end up, because I am very injury prone, as people know. And I get her, and I just scrawl that on the floor. Batman, do not solve my murder. Just in real life, though, it'd be like, okay. And I think real life Batman, he's kind of lazy. He's got a lot on his plate. If somebody's actually actively saying, please, I mean, why? Who's Batman to not grant their last wish? That's what I'd have the story. Batman comes in like, Batman, you got to see this. Batman, do not solve my murder. All right, looks like this case is closed. Now, where is the Catwoman? And then goes off, right? Does that, but ends up, that's the big play. And I'll tell you, I am not a huge Al Ewing fan. I mean, I don't treat him like a son like Jason does. But in the meantime, I am kind of curious. I like when you see people, especially people that aren't the usual suspects, actually more of a Marvel writer than anything, coming over and maybe giving a little shot at Batman. And a way to do it would be, say, a Jason Aaron, out of continuity type thing, or something like this. That's why I like annuals. Me and Eric would talk, and at first, Eric kind of screwed me with annuals because I didn't know anything about comics. I was working with Eric, and I'm like, what are these annual things that I hear about? And then Eric is pretty much verbatim was, annuals suck. They're the worst. Don't ever read any. I'm like, oh, okay. And so I didn't. Then obviously I started to learn things. And yeah, some of them do suck and some of them aren't worth buying. But I did read a couple that I like. But I like it as, and me and Eric have pointed out at some point, kind of like it as, letting somebody have a bit of a chance, especially a detective action, that sort of thing, where you can end up, maybe getting the lay of the land for some people and saying, man, they're really cool. Get maybe some hype for somebody who might be on the book later. I could see Al Ewing doing a detective comic story. First off, they'd have to change it to Immortal Detective Comics. That's the only thing of his that sells. Everything is going to be now immortal, this and that, no matter where he goes. But I'd like to check that out. And we will be checking it out. We'll be talking about it on the podcast. It will be Patreon only because it'll be that annuals week. Boy, more incentive to join that Patreon. And I will actually say right now with the Patreon, I know that people get annoyed, keep bringing it up. I won't bring it up, the deal. But if you do like the hard work that we're doing, you do get a lot of stuff over there. So give it a shot. And maybe one of the things that will inspire you is that last week of April where we have a Patreon only show with no limitations. That's what I hear. And I also hear I'm pretty low for that. But that is a book that will be published the 30th of April, 2025. That's the end of this month, annuals week. So with all of that, that is the news. That's what we have. There is a little bit of a snippet. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about it, but it looks like comics are going to increase in price. You end up having at Image, the Spawn comics haven't increased in price in quite some time. J-Man from Monterey Bay, he ends up where this is one of his big things that he would point out, but that can't last forever. And it does look like the tariffs might affect some of the other companies, say DC or Marvel, and may even increase things even more. We'll have to see. I hope that doesn't happen because it's hard enough to get people involved as is. But if it does and it becomes a real big problem, maybe, everybody here at the podcast and things like that will kind of adjust. Maybe we'll deal and work with some of the things in the app. I don't know. We might end up doing something a little different if it really gets really bad because of that. I mean, if it gets to like the price of eggs, holy moly. I still laugh. I end up commenting on a recipe video. I think I talked about this. And they were making like an omelet or something. I'm like, what? 4 eggs? What are you, Rockefellers? And then people were throwing shade at me. Oh, you can't afford eggs. I'm like, who can? I almost bought eggs. Eggs have gone down. And I almost bought eggs the other day. And I'm like, nah, I don't think I'll splurge. It almost feels like I'm buying like this big ticket item. Like I already have a 55-inch TV. I want a 70-inch TV. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. Now I'm doing that with eggs. I'm like, do I really need an omelet? Do I really? Oh my, what a life we live. In America, the eggs eat you. Yeah, I was having problems. I put them in my cart before I got buyer's remorse almost from getting eggs. So with that, Gray this week revealed when we were doing the Absolute Show, if you haven't seen it, one of the worst breakfasts I've ever heard of. Tuna fish and eggs on toast. That sounds like the most disgusting thing I've ever heard, but I kind of want to have it now. I am that type of guy. But that is the news. I'm starting to ramble. I love also, if you want to go and hear somebody really get annoyed with me going off on tangents, listen to me and Gray after we do the Absolute thing. It's only on the live stream, but he really does end up having to reel me in because I get all over the place Friday night. He has to reel me in and then gets annoyed with me. But also, I will tell you that this Sunday night, I'm going to be doing a live stream of my best comics of the week, not just DC, but all comics. And Gray is going to be able to join me this week because he has yet another holiday in Japan. So he'll be joining me. It's something that I just started back up last week. I was planning on doing it solo, but it was awesome. He's going to be able to join me. So a little shout out there. But with all of that, we're going to get to the books. As I said earlier, we're going to start with Secret Six. It's odd. It's an odd week, but I don't know. Me and Brad end up talking about Secret Six and the Atom Project. And I will say right now, it also happens with Batgirl with Jared later. I think that talking with other people and getting a little different perspective or whatnot has actually made me enjoy some of the books a little more. Some of the books that even when I read them and get ready to talk about, I end up like, man, that's pretty down. But everybody seems to be a lot more positive. I'm not saying that Eric wasn't positive, but maybe he drove me nuts. I don't know. But the idea where talking with different people and getting different perspectives, even people who hadn't been reading the book and caught up and actually almost playing like they read in trade, or people who aren't necessarily familiar with the character but jumping in, it's actually giving me a different perspective and actually making me enjoy things a lot more. So I'm really, really liking that aspect of things. So with that, we're going to go off right now to the Secret Six.
She went away and hit on her 3, but she's back and you will see. She's a bitch who won't cut any slack, giving the heroes a panic attack. Watch out, she's getting stronger by the hour. She won't stop till she gets absolute power. Amanda Waller's gonna rule the world. She's evil and it's by design, and you hate her, you better get in line. She's so cold, she never shows remorse. She won't stop till she tears down the multiverse. She's getting stronger by the hour. She won't stop till she gets absolute power. Amanda Waller's gonna rule the world. And now the world hates Beast Boy and the Titans. She doesn't give a shit who the hell she frightens. Watch out, she's getting stronger by the hour. She won't stop till she gets absolute power. Amanda Waller's gonna rule the world.
And here we are to start the books, and I am here with my man, Brad. What up, Brad?
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Great. I won't call you Drew. I ended up accidentally calling you Drew, and I think I was still incensed that you thought Jenny was on White Lotus. I couldn't get it through my mind.
What's funny is I knew it was Lisa, but for some reason I just typed Jenny, and I don't know why.
Jenny
I have no
is like,
explanation.
she's the it girl that they would always say about her, whatever. But lo and behold, I always had my bias was Rosé, and she became pretty much the biggest deal with Bruno
Broke the
Mars.
internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious! And I told Eric, I told it was as if when I say this, it was as if I gave him a stock, tip. Like, you got to go.
What's he going to do about it?
Nothing. And I ended up saying, like, this is going to be the biggest thing. It's going to take over. And he's like, oh, whatever. And then I was so happy that I'm like, I was right, but it didn't matter to him because it meant nothing. So
he didn't care, right?
And then I would say to him, I know you had to have heard the song. He's like, he wouldn't admit anything, though. I just think he didn't know what he heard when he heard it. Because even Luke Hollywood, at one point, I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Played the song. He's like, oh, I hear that all the time. Most people got sick of it, but here we are. And I asked you to do some books here. And I don't think you ever would have thought that they'd start the podcast.
these 2 books? No.
They're not great.
These are back half of the podcast books,
yeah,
for sure.
But every book this week could be considered that almost. The part of the thing, and I was even talking to you before we got on, and you said, oh, what about JSA?
Yeah.
That would have, no, that's me and Gabe talked about that on the Spotlight. You had Resurrection Man, Spotlight. So the remainder of the books, it's an odd week. It's a really odd week. There's no real Justice League, Batman, Superman, unless you go absolute stuff. But again, that's separate. So
that's a separate thing. Yeah. Those are definitely the big books of the week.
Yeah.
No question.
I just recorded our Grant Morrison podcast with Gray. And it was funny because I said, oh, we're going to be doing this. I'm recording with Brad and it's going to start the podcast, Secret Six. And he goes, what about Absolute Superman? I'm dummy. We talk about that on a separate podcast. He said, we're talking about it tonight. He's like, oh, yeah. So those are the big books this week, especially. And for a lot of people, the big books overall. A lot of people are liking the absolute stuff. So just as a segue into the deal, if people don't know, we do record those live on YouTube every Friday night at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can end up listening by the time they hear this. It'll already be done.
That free plug for you.
But it'll be there. Yes, thank you. But yeah, so we get into these books and we're going to start with Secret Six. And it's a weird book. I think that what I said, the first issue was the idea, maybe it shouldn't have been a Secret Six book. It's a weird play. It's a weird thing overall because a lot of times you'll do remember when they had the Outsiders book that came out in Rebirth and they called it Batman and the Outsiders because you had to have Batman in there, even though he was hardly in it. It was more Black Lightning and things like that. But the idea of Secret Six, that's not exactly the be-all, end-all of sales. They're not people. Now, some people may get intrigued by it and go, oh, but for the most part, anybody who's new and jumping on probably won't even know the Secret Six. And then people I think that do might get upset about what this book is. It's very odd. It's a very odd setup of the deal.
It's very weird because, like you said, first of all, when was the last time we had a Secret Six book? The beginning of the New 52?
It was Gail Simone in the middle of the New 52. She ended up doing it. I believe it was her and Dale Eaglesham did it, and he ended up having a stroke, and it was delayed. And why I remember it is because Eric, every episode, was bitching and moaning. Why is this delayed? This is bullcrap. Because him and Reggie liked it when we would record it. And then he found out later, I said, oh, yeah, you wanted that book? You were mad at Dale Eaglesham. The poor guy had a stroke. I think it was Dale Eaglesham that had it. Whatever it was, the idea that they had problems, but that book wasn't good. It really kind of meandered anyway. It was okay.
I actually really love her pre-New 52.
Yes, that's the
Secret
one.
Six book. That one's fantastic. One of my favorite comic anythings. It's fantastic. I mean, a masterclass in taking Z tier characters,
and that's what it should be,
making you love them. Right.
So it's funny when you play that, and I'll ask you right now: does this feel like a Secret Six book yet?
No,
no, it doesn't.
Not at all.
Though, if you do play the idea with Nicole Maines doing this and having Dreamer, also John and Jay, you play that Z list. Like, does she realize that might be the funniest part of this? Like, those Dreamer is her character. She's doing it. She portrayed her in the show. So getting that, then adding John, kind of getting that weird little relationship deal that really was forced in. It felt weird, but also Jay Gossamer, Jay Nakamura. Nobody really likes Jay much. And so you say they are he's definitely a Z list. I'm even saying just as a character himself, not just the whole relationship and stuff. That's a whole other bag of worms.
But the funny thing is like in modern comics, right? Like, I would argue that Jay is probably way more well known than what Black Alice and Catman.
Black Alice and Catman. Then Deadshot is known.
Deadshot's pretty big. He's pretty because of Suicide Squad stuff.
And when you throw Deadshot in, though, you do have that play where they kind of hint at it. But I thought we were going to get an explanation of, hey, is he still a zombie? Is he still alive? Dead? Whatever. Yeah. And they kind of hint at that. So there's the big thing. But
I don't know. See, that's the thing. I don't know if they hint at that or not. Like, I kind of had that thought, too. Well, we'll get to it when we get to it, I guess.
They ask him. They say, I thought you were dead. And then he gets a cleaver to the I don't know what's happening. And really, the play of a Secret Six is usually like, who's the mysterious leader? What are they doing? But this seems a little more focused about going after Amanda Waller and coming after absolute power. I don't know. It just seems weird. It's just a weird book.
You said it is weird. And you said something else too at the beginning. You're like, you mentioned The Outsiders. And you said, you got to put Batman in it in order to make the book sell. And to me, it's almost like they're like, hey, we want to do a Secret Six, but we got to put some people in to make it sell. So we're going to put Dreamer and John. Jay?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not going to sell the book.
No. And so the Secret Six name itself, though, you love it, original OG deal. But that's not exactly nowadays like the big seller. It's not like, oh my God, we got to do that. This isn't like what you would think if all of a sudden we had a Teen Titans book. Like, you know what I mean? Or something like that we don't often get or we don't have right now. So you end up where you have this, and I'm like, yeah, the characters aren't the characters. So what is it? And it just felt like they wanted to find something for Nicole Maines to do with Dreamer. And then they wanted to add John and Jay. So now we have a team. Let's just make the Secret Six. It just feels like that.
It does kind of feel like that.
So it is odd.
And like, it's like, you're comparing yourself to something that's generally very well beloved. Right, like a lot of people
who love it,
who know it, Yep. So like, it's like, is this going to compare well to that? Almost certainly not.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to get the real fans, like you are going to say this isn't my Secret Six, and then the new fans aren't going to even know the idea of. It's weird. You know what I mean? It's very weird.
And the other thing too, like because you're like, hey, can you review this book with me on the podcast? I'm like, all right, sure. I'll have to catch up because I'm a huge Secret Six fan and I did not put this on my pull list.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just not interested.
It's not it. Yeah.
This is a Dreamer book, I don't have anything against Dreamer, but I don't care for her as a kid.
The
She's
problem
fine.
with Dreamer is that it's an ambiguous character that seems to have any power that she wants at points. Like, it reminds me of Naomi. The idea of, what are my powers? Even in this starts
whatever
to
I need
play.
it to be in this situation. That's what
Jay
my powers
calls
are.
her out in this and says, listen, you keep saying that you don't understand your powers, but I think you do. And then even in this starts to be brain manipulation and the idea of mind control. I'm like, what is happening? And stealing powers and memories. I mean, she just keeps adding things to it. I thought that the idea of Dreamer was she could go through dreams. That's all. That dream warrior, whatever.
Dream powers. She can go through dreams. Maybe she can influence
make
your
people
dreams.
dream, or so you want to.
You could even do something where you're like, maybe she does like dream constructs, like she pulls things out of your
dreams.
Like you could do something like that, but like then it says she's got force fields and teleports. And
in this, she explains to Jay that she took the memories of Amanda Waller, and
she can
slipped them in her
memories.
subconscious. Jay says, "I think you mind controlled John to not." Worry about I don't know what's happening with her, but I'll give you the credits and then we'll go. Here it is. It's Secret Six #2, written by Nicole Maines, art by Steven Scovey, colors by Rain Barreto, letters by Steve Wands. I have to go to the next page because the way they end up doing this, edited by Kathleen Wisniewski and Paul Kaminsky. Yeah, you start out with Amanda Waller. Now, at the beginning, you don't quite really understand in my mind, but then by the end, you realize what you had seen. So you go to reread it again and you see, you're like, okay, I get it. Amanda Waller wakes up. Somebody has kind of grabbed her. We find out that it's maybe a new checkmate. They're using that name that was taken down by Event Leviathan. They
now
were
classic
checkmate.
Event Leviathan, Jim. As we learned last week, it was now classic.
Yeah. Haven't you read the now classic Event Leviathan? Like, why is everything coming up Event Leviathan? The idea that it wasn't it was an event, but called Event Leviathan, it drove me nuts. So
it's so dumb.
You have that. Now, in the meantime, most people aren't playing around with Event Leviathan when you end up all of a sudden there's Star Labs. Nobody explains things. The problem is they do explain kind of, hey, this is kind of an offshoot. They do reference Event Leviathan. But the problem is Kloonrad's had this weird checkmate in the Wonder Woman book that made no sense with Steve Trevor and Anakin, like made no sense, and we kept saying. So it might confuse some people who actually read that, but I don't think so.
I don't think anybody did.
So you have this offshoot, yeah. So you have this offshoot of they're calling themselves Checkmate, maybe because they're not real good with coming up with new names. But in the meantime, it's funny because you have a Secret Six is barely a Secret Six. But we go then and it says the House of Secrets now, and I'm like, what'd you say? Like the idea that, and people had said in the Slack about I didn't understand exactly what had happened at the end, but it did look like Dreamer ends up getting injected by Deadshot to then pass out, but have a dream teleportation power to take them to the House of Secrets.
Yeah, but I think Black Alice took the dream teleportation power. Like I was very confused.
It was very confusing.
First of all, I didn't even know that was Deadshot at the end of last issue.
Yeah, because he was dressed up as a guard, but then he's not.
All of a sudden he's like, he's like, what'd you shoot her with, Deadshot? And I'm like, Deadshot didn't shoot her. Some guard did. And I went back. I'm like, wait. And then like they only show two people teleporting. They only show, I think, Black Alice and John or something. I don't remember. But then all of a sudden, she somehow grabbed Black Alice, John, Jay, and Deadshot.
Who was like, seemed to be in this perimeter.
And Dreamer.
Yeah, it's just
pulled
crazy.
all of them through. But Black Alice, I was so confused when we got to this part. I'm like, why is Catman laying on the floor bleeding? Eventually, we'll find out. They came through his dreams, I guess.
That's who they came through his head.
But was he sleeping? Was he just laying there sleeping in the House of Secrets?
Why would he be laying in the middle of a floor sleeping in the House of Secrets? Like, why? Why isn't he in bed?
House of Secrets like in like a weird? It's not in the real world. So how is Catman there? It's like in its own dimension.
No. And then how do you dream
the
to
magic
there?
Thing.
Yeah, it's weird. That's what I'm saying. Like you even brought up, I wasn't even thinking the idea that, Catman was just, I guess, laying in the middle of the floor asleep. And then when you went in, it did look like, because then all of a sudden it's Deadshot. And you're like, oh my God, Deadshot was killing Catman. And no, that's the case of this. And then Catman reveals that he was trying to find Floyd because of what he did. Everybody's arguing and you don't know what's going on. And why are they in the House of Secrets? It makes no sense. It almost feels like it's just, we'll just throw them in the House of Secrets. At one point, the only thing they really say about it is this place. I think it's like Deadshot, who just says, oh, this place.
That's it. Oh, this place? Like, really, Deadshot? You come here all the time? Like, you're like, oh, this place, the old dive bar again. Like, what are you talking about?
I always think of Deadshot when I think House of Secrets.
Oh, yeah.
Now, here's the thing. This is this book maybe in a nutshell. The idea they're in the House of Secrets is only because it's called the Secret Six, and that does not combine together well.
No,
you know what I mean? That's all it is. It's like, oh, the Secret Six is going to have a new thing where the HQ is the House of Secrets. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So they're trying to wake up Dreamer. Everybody's screaming at each other like, oh, Deadshot, what did you do this? And, oh, my God, you shot her. What did you shoot her with? And then you have Jay who says, Floyd Lawton, back from the dead again. I'm like, I don't know why he would know so much about Deadshot. I mean, he did do that crazy conspiracy stuff with the revolutionaries, but it still is weird.
I forgot about that. On their pirate ship or whatever?
Yeah, on their pirate ship. It was like they were the pirate radio when they were out the deal and, we're in whatever, maritime law. Or I don't know what was going on. So you end up where he's like, Floyd Lawton, back from the dead again. Seriously, make up your mind already. That does not, I've read everything with Jay, and some people might say, oh, the hell with that. And like, you should.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
Jay.
That doesn't sound like Jay. It's only to set up the next line. That's all it is.
Which is the sick burn.
Yeah, which Black Alice goes, yeah, I know, right? What is he? Your mom? And then they start going at it. And again,
which, by the way, that is a brutal burn. Like, I got to give credit that is messed up.
In this book, I think Black Alice is the best because of what she said and all this stuff going, because everybody else is just beating the cut. John,
I don't know. She's the issue I have with Black Alice in this, and again, now keep in mind, I think I already mentioned, like, I was a huge fan of that pre-New 52 Gail Simone Secrets. Like, that's a very different Black Alice.
This is like a teenager bratty Black Alice is all it really feels like. She likes throwing shade. That she's actually, you know what she is? She's a Harley Quinn-esque up Black Alice. That's what
she
it
is.
seems like. And I think they're going with the idea where I don't know that Nicole Maines quite knows Secret Six. She is really making this a Suicide Squad book. When you go through it, it's more of a Suicide Squad feel without him. And probably should have been. The idea, they're going to try to get Amanda Waller to either kill her or get her memories. Just make it a Suicide Squad book. But I think they didn't want to do. I don't know. So Black Alice just, keeps going. It's like, oh, what? Are your mama jokes off the deal? So she's kind of comical. John ends up where he says to Floyd, to Deadshot, what did you do? What did you inject into Dreamer? And he doesn't really answer. And then John just full out heat visions him out of the House of Secrets. And I'm like, that is a weird play. Like, it's one of those things where not even the idea, because Nicole Maines throws direct shade at Tom Taylor with John, where Floyd says.
It seems like it's set up. It seems like he only did that to set up this next line.
That's what I'm saying. It all feels like all of this is to set up these next lines, because you end up
they're good lines,
boom.
I got to give credit where it's due. Just for this next
Floyd
line.
through a wall for no reason. And then, comes out, and then Deadshot goes, oh, I thought you were the one who's supposed to be the hugs and kisses one.
Yeah, which is good.
And he says, guess you just caught me on a bad day. But it didn't feel like John either, though.
No.
I mean,
and
even
also,
if it is.
I have a bone to pick with the way heat vision is used here. Like, that should be melting stuff. Why is heat vision just like a force?
Yeah, it just forces.
Now?
It's almost like a construct
energy,
optical energy force. He should be
melted.
Dead. He should be completely dead, and that's what throws me here.
Armor is melted
all
or something.
that on fire. You do see a little smoke, but not really. So when he comes down, the idea, though, is that John says, what did you inject a Dreamer? And there's no reason to heat vision him out of the deal. He hasn't answered. He ended up where he accidentally got, caught in this whole teleportation of this House of Secrets and whatnot. And they know by this point, because they mentioned that he didn't kill, like he didn't shoot Catman. That was more from the going through the brain and the dreams. So he just does it, but to set up the next thing. And to set up the idea of, hey, I thought you were the hug and kisses. Hey, you caught me on a bad day. Yeah, that makes two of us. And then, Deadshot starts shooting. And then we see as kryptonite bullets. I'm like, what is going on here? Like, why are you set up for that at this point when everything seems to be? Now, he did end up saying that he heard things were going down with this checkmate goes to see about Waller stuff. He needs to talk to Waller, get some info. But then in the meantime, Bizarro and this, but everything seems to be happenstance. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, these kryptonite bullets, pretty good. And then you have everything's just all over the place in my mind. Catman wakes up then, but you still have Jay fighting Black Alice. Black Alice is, throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Jay, but he can go in material.
She's like telekinetic force throwing kitchen objects around. Yeah.
And then you have Deadshot yell, hey, stop doing that. We don't want to do this. Catman ends up down there.
Oddly, Deadshot's the one trying to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah.
He's like, he kryptonites John, and he's like, hey, man, just chill out.
Just
synthetic
chill out.
Kryptonite,
Let's
by
talk.
The way. Yeah, let's talk.
Yeah. And then John doesn't want to.
John's being really weird. And then, Black Alice is about to murder Jay, right? And so Deadshot stops her from doing it. He's like, hey, look, just take it down a notch, right? Like, everybody chill out. And he just wants he just wants, it's weird that his Deadshot de-escalated the situation. You'd think it would be John or somebody, but it's kind of weird.
And Deadshot says, listen, Black Alice, stop trying to kill Jay because that's distracting John. And I want to talk to John, but I can't when you're doing this to Jay. So she kind of drops the stuff. And then John gets up and he's red eyes again. And he's like, come on, man, let's calm down here. And
it's
then a cleaver.
To note, by the way, that Deadshot has not attacked anybody.
No. That's what I'm saying.
He hasn't shot anybody. He hasn't done anything.
Attacking him. Just the idea of it's Deadshot, but no. And that weird play of even that whole, deal with that Suicide Squad Z. That that's
I forgot about
that whole deal and that whole play. So you end up where all of a sudden now a cleaver to the back of Deadshot's head.
Yeah,
and he just goes down. He should be dead. And they keep mentioning the idea. Now I'm like, okay, he's dead, but he gets up. He ends up where he gets up.
By the way, again, poor Deadshot. He's just like there trying to get intel from Amanda Waller. He gets teleported through Catman's brain. Superman, John Kent blasts him with heat vision. Then Catman throws a knife into the back of his head. Like, what? He's the way. What the hell?
I don't know. And here's the explanation then. Well, you have Catman who has Dreamer now and says, what is this? She's not all human. So he's sniffing. He's like, she's not all human, which she isn't. And I smell Waller on her. She reeks of Waller. So, okay, that's a weird deal. But in the meantime, Jay says, okay, I'm positive that Catman was dead. That Cat guy was dead. And then you end up having Black Alice say, yeah, only chumps stay dead. That's when Deadshot gets up, takes the thing out of his head, and she goes, see? I'm like, he's not. I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah,
in this book,
I don't know.
It's so all over the place, and yet all you want to do is set up the we're going to fight until we're friends kind of team here, or the idea that we're never. But what are you doing overall of a story after 2 issues, and I'm still confused. I mean, I'm not going to talk for you, but the idea of now I'm confused about other things that I didn't think that I'd be confused about, and why is this? And even Catman says, "Hey, listen." I'm going to end up like, you did this to me. Everybody has something against each other, and you almost feel like you should know what that is, but it's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do want to give Nicole Main some credit here. Like, it's a very common thing when you have a team book like this to set up conflict dynamics amongst the team. And I think she does a good job of that here. Like, Catman thinks that they attacked him, so he's attacking. The Black Alice, and she's like making jokes about his dead mom,
and then he's mad at Dreamer. John's mad at Jay. I'm telling you though, I don't know, because then Catman goes after Deadshot and yells, "That was enough what you did in Madagascar."
Yeah, do you know? I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe they're going to reference that later. I don't know.
I just think she's making up shit to have him fight. And what I think
the fight's decent. I will say, I think the fight's decent.
I think that what she wants to do here is, the idea that as you go down the line, like you said, Deadshot's mad at this, but somebody's mad at him. John, that just makes no sense. But John's mad at him. But in the meantime, Jay's mad at Dreamer, but now he's also mad at Black Alice because Black Alice is throwing shade. But then you get it's like all these multi-tiered. I'm mad at you, but he's mad at me, but I'm mad at you.
Yeah, which is good though. I think that's good.
I'm telling you,
of it, but like it's like connective tissue. Certain things were like if you think about if you just picked up this issue and you just spent 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you just read it, you'd be like, nah, that was all right, right? But it's like only when you really read it and be like, wait, what? Why is that? Why is John? Or if you have a really good familiarity with some of these characters, you're going to be like, well, John's acting weird. Jay's acting weird.
Jay starts saying that he thinks that Dreamer did manipulate John's mind. Again, I didn't know that was a power, but he throws it out. You also see where you have Dreamer going around Belle Rev and these things of all the other characters kind of in there.
Those 2 pages are very, very weird. Where you've got Amanda Waller walks past Dreamer in a cell, and then Dreamer walks past Jay in a cell.
Here's the thing: is to me, it's the idea of there's Amanda Waller who was using Dreamer, and you did have. Nobody's going after Bizarro, who actually did kill Jay's mom, but the idea of Amanda Waller, and then you get where Dreamer was walking around and sees John, and the way that Dreamer hates Waller. Jay hates Dreamer. So it's just they're the same thing. I want to kill Waller. Yeah, well, I want to kill you. Hey, you did this, but Waller did that. And the whole deal of manipulation is thrown in there. It's kind of crazy. But they end up where they kind of calm down. Dreamer wakes up, but then tells John, I need to talk to Jay by myself. And in the meantime, Jay is like, don't you tell me. John says, I think that you should go home. This is too much for you. I'm sorry that you got involved. And he's like, you don't tell me what to do. I do what I want. And he slaps him. So everybody's not getting along. Then you have where I guess the fights end and then they're just sitting at the table. And, it's Black Alice is doing a little magic there. Floyd's smoking, but John comes in and says, hey, Dreamer woke up. She's going to be okay. I don't know, whippy. And then you just get more of these talks about, and I really want to know what's up with Deadshot. But they're like, hey, we got to get Waller. And that's the whole play. Hey, we got to see where Waller is. Black Alice says, I know where she is. And you're lying. But the play is that we find out that Dreamer ended up taking her memories. She didn't. And now, again, you play that weird thing of, I got her memories, because when she's talking to John, she admits that she's very selfish, all these things that John keeps saying, and she keeps agreeing, but says, I could have killed Waller, but I left Waller alive so you could kill her. I'm like, all right, we'll see. But also says, I took her memories and put them in a layer, subconscious, that they're still there, but she doesn't remember anything. But in the meantime, Checkmate captured them. And then the big play here by the end is that Deadshot says, I have to find Amanda Waller because I need to find some information from her. Now, she doesn't have her memories, but Checkmate's going to be digging in and they may find it. Dreamer says we have to kill her before the memories come about. But you didn't do it before because you're going to let Jay do it. But that's something that John would definitely not like and would actually, that's it.
Yeah.
If Jay goes and kills Amanda Waller, maybe a lot of people,
over.
Maybe a lot of people who want that relationship to be over will be happy because it's over then. What would happen is you'd be just as bad as her. Like, we'll get to that point probably.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
he probably won't do it. But in the meantime, like, okay, but why is this a Secret Six deal? And you're throwing a lot in there and not really explaining, like you said, the connective tissue of why are they in the House of Secrets? What's going on? What's happening with Deadshot? Why is John acting weird? And in fact, is Dreamer being able to manipulate their emotions or even memories? Because John says specifically, I think that you mess with John's brain. Jay says you mess with John's brain.
And she doesn't deny that, by the way.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Say, no, I didn't.
And it's weird. It's not like she does say that, again, that she took these memories of Amanda Waller and slipped them somewhere. It's not that John doesn't remember. John knows what Jay's talking about, but he almost thinks like she's done like a Zoloft on him. Like, he remembers it, but he doesn't think it's as bad, or he doesn't care. And
well, also, like, he says, I see how selfish you are, how careless. Like, I haven't read really much of any Dreamer, but is that like a character trait of hers? Is she selfish?
I didn't think so.
From what I knew, like she was only helping Amanda Waller because if she didn't, Amanda Waller was gonna reveal some community.
There's
of
the
people that
alien
she cares
community
about.
that was in A-Town. Remember, that was with the Blue Earthers. We're going to kill all the aliens. So that was a side thing that Amanda Waller was able to find out through the dreams and things, but also seemingly at her family as well. And so when she's doing this, and I don't know if it's her saying, you're right to just shut John up or trying to manipulate him, but I doubt that, like, Nicole Maines is using the idea of, okay, this character that I play is really a manipulative, like, crazy psycho, but who knows? But the idea, I think that she's agreeing that she did do things not thinking of others. Like the idea she wanted her family back and then was implicit of destroying another family. Maybe that's how she's playing it. But the problem, Jay says, I'm sick of hearing you say you don't really know your powers, but I don't think she does, because who does? I mean, this one gets powers out the wazoo, and it just keeps happening, but that doesn't seem to be a thing that will change much. So yeah, at the end, you have a weird book that doesn't feel like a Secret Six deal. I want to see what happens. I want to see, Amanda Waller, that seems like it could be big, but I don't know. It just feels off. Everything feels like a step behind or a little off when I read it. But they are some characters that we don't see often and don't get much of. So,
well, and there's some good moments. Like I said, I think the fight overall was pretty good. It kind of goes in some interesting ways. You got this person fighting this person, but now this person's fighting this person. You get some like reversals and some interesting things happen. I like the banter between Catman and Deadshot, which makes me just kind of wish that like they were the main characters of the book. I don't know. I think the setup of where the story is going to go from here is interesting. Like, you've got Dreamer wants to help Jay kill Amanda Waller, which John won't like. And then you've got Deadshot wants to keep Amanda Waller from being killed because he needs her alive. He doesn't know that the others want to kill her. He thinks Checkmate is going to kill her when they find out that she doesn't have her memories.
We were talking the idea, like, Deadshot, it always comes down to his daughter.
Yeah, it's going to be his daughter.
Yeah, it's going to be his daughter was taken somewhere. So you would play that crazy idea. One of the things that it's happened in a bunch of different things, but it often reminds me of when Hal Jordan Renegade. If you read that in the DCYOU, where he had like this little plan with Kilowog. I'm going to pretend that I killed all the Green Lanterns, but you guys are going to this other place, and then you'll come back. And then what happened is they all got swooped up, and the Lost Army stuff, they disappeared.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody then, and Hal couldn't prove that he didn't kill them because they were gone. The idea that if it was, hey, Deadshot, and usually Amanda Waller comes and says, we have your daughter here. I'm telling you, usually Cobra's involved. It always is the same. And then she lost her memory. So she doesn't like, oh man, I just finished what I had to do. I want my daughter back. I don't know what you're talking about. And that, oh my God, I have to help her get her memories back because I need to know that info. That's usually the play. So I think that that's what it is, which is fine. It is the go-to deal. Usually it's funny because when that always happens, usually Batman then gets it. It's always like some crazy deal where Batman will get involved and then him and Deadshot have to go and save the daughter. But Batman has to convince Deadshot not to kill anybody. There's that whole play. But in this, it's actually that switch where it might be a cool play where Deadshot finally needs to keep somebody alive instead of killing everybody. And how will he do that, especially if Jay and Dreamer are going to kill her? But John,
you got half the team is in their motivations is in direct conflict with the other half of the team, and it's not like along the lines you'd think. It's not the heroes versus the villains. Like some of the heroes have villain motivations, some of the villains have hero motivations. Like
you're right. There's a little bit, and
there's some cleverness here for the setup moving forward, but I don't know. Some of that connective tissue is just lacking. Between like, how did they get here? Why are they here? Catman says they're like, hey, why are you at the House of Secrets? They don't say House of Secrets. They say, but why are you here? And he's like, oh, I got a letter. Wow, thanks for that explanation.
And then you got to the House of Secrets and they're like, so you were here and you didn't dust?
Yeah. How about what did your letter bring you here for? How about you do that instead of giving jokes about dusting? Like, I don't get it.
I wonder if Nicole Maines really knows what the House of Secrets is. Now, in this, too, what I do think now that we're talking a little more, and my score went up a bit, the idea where Jay says to Dreamer, you're selfish. Well, everybody here is. I mean, really. Yeah. I mean, maybe John isn't because John's just here, but you have Jay who, I mean, him saying you're selfish. Jay is doing all this because he wants revenge for his mom, but whether or not it's true and it's real, that's still selfish. He wants to kill he wants to kill Dreamer's man. Then you get Deadshot being completely selfish. He needs Amanda Waller alive because you have this. So it does play out all that stuff going with, they're together in that weird play. And of course, they'll probably come to rely on each other a little more. But I want to know what's going on with Deadshot. I mean, you have him back here. Like, what is the deal? It's like Deathstroke in the Titans book, where these guys just show up. Why are they here and what happened? And in this, at least Nicole Maines is referencing, I thought he was dead. I get the idea that when you do have Black Alice say, well, everybody comes back unless they're a chump, and we're not chumps. I'm thinking that's her explanation. And we need a little more of that. But you do get a little Black Alice. When Black Alice says to Jay as they're fighting, when I said about this selfish deal, where Jay thinks he's the only one who's lost a family member. And Black Alice says, you think you're the only one who lost family? Like, I lost my family. And then one of the better lines that we didn't even mention was Jay's like, yeah, but you were on the team and I hate Dreamer. And so I hate you. And Black Alice goes, hey, newsflash, brain bombs.
Yeah.
I didn't have a
really
choice.
Feel super optional at the time.
Yeah, I didn't have a choice.
Like,
and then, that was a good line. It says, I had a family too. And, everybody misses their family and you're not the only one. So you get that. But again, Jay's just over the top and whatnot. But what would you give this?
I think I have this at about a 5.8 out of 10.
I have a 5.5. And like I said, it went up. I was a standard 5 at one point. I'm going to go up to a 5.5. The art's okay. Not a lot of backgrounds, but you're in the House of Secrets. And then outside of the House of Secrets, it is just like mist and things like that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
The faces are weird. It's got kind of anime-ish, webtoon-ish kind of look to it that I don't love.
Like a video game type anime type deal. Yeah,
something.
I will tell you, when they show Jay in prison in the deal, that was like Black Alice. It's weird. I guess that was Black Alice, but it also looked like, no, it was Jay. I don't even know what was going on. That one there in the cell, I guess it might be Black Alice, looked like Jay. Also, I will say that there was a line in this that kind of made me raise my eyebrows at the idea where I think it was Black Alice said to Deadshot, I wasn't going to mention it, but I will because it's in the book, says, Yeah, I was wondering why you look so gay.
Yeah, you dress so gay, I think she said.
I was like, that is crazy. That is pretty crazy. But
especially in such a LGBTQ forward
I guess
book,
that's
right?
why you're doing it that way. It's kind of
you're
the
like,
joke.
I can say it, you can't kind of
It
thing.
didn't feel like that, but it was kind of funny when she says it wasn't like Alice just throwing shade at everybody. I was like, oh, crap. And again, we'll have to see how this progresses, but it is weird. But we'll move on to the next.
I think I just wanted to wrap up by saying that the thing that I think kind of holds me back from liking it more, aside from some of that connective tissue, is just the fact that like kind of all the characters here kind of suck. Like except for the Secret Six, who you don't like. If you didn't read previous Secret Six, you're not going to know anything about Catman.
No,
you're not going to know anything about Black Alice. Right. I mean, the only time Catman ever shows up is Secret Six stuff. That's the only time.
At one point, I think people will be really confused because Deadshot starts to kind of make fun of the idea that he's gay and starts saying things that feel like, are they boyfriend and girl? But he's kind of like making fun of the deal, and it was weird. Yeah. It was very odd.
It was
like
very
he's
odd,
like, hey, sweetheart. Like he's like, hey, baby. And I was like, like that's a weird way to just jump into it. But it made me giggle a little.
It did make me giggle. But then the other half of the characters, though, are the Jay, John, Dreamer trio, and they're just bickering and arguing all the time. And I don't like any of those characters anyway. I love Young John. I'm actually rereading I bought the Super Sons omnibus, and I'm reading that. Young John Kent is one of my favorite comic characters of all time.
It is so
Maybe
funny.
My favorite.
I get in so many fights with people that I like the Super Sons. But the stories themselves were not great, but the character work was impeccable.
It was, but I'm gonna them's fighting words, man. I love that. I love that series. I do.
I think that the stories themselves, whenever I talk to people, nobody's bringing up the villains in Kitamazo twice. The idea of Krakow, I believe it was when they went to that alternate dimension and stuff like that. But the characters
they had that crossover
great.
With the Titans of Tomorrow was pretty good. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, point is adult John.
Fights. I do like the book, but and if you go back and look at reviews of it, including my own and stuff, most people were frustrated because the stories just weren't hitting, but people have fond memories. But you're rereading it, so you can tell me.
Yeah, it's good. It holds up. It holds up. I'm rereading it with my kids too, and they love it too. But also, you don't have to have kids. I just love it. Anyway, I digress. The point is, as much as I love Young John, I really do not like adult John. Like he's boring. He has no personality. His only personality trait is literally that he is gay, which is fine. He can be gay. That's fine. I got no problem with that. But that's his only personality trait. And so it's just kind of like, And then Jay is not interesting. I keep waiting for his heel turn. Maybe it's going to happen in this book. I would like him more if he did do a heel turn because I think he'd be more interesting.
A lot of people were waiting. Me and Eric even said that at one point. You reveal that John, and even John being it's the Earth 3 John that came back because he wasn't Earth 3, and the idea that the young John is still like in a prison cell somewhere that they could go save, but it's not happening. It's
too late. It's too late. As much as I'm one of the biggest young John Kent fans you'll find. But even I will tell you, it's too late now.
The only guy I talked to and is on a lot of like comments in YouTube, Tevya, he'll never give it up. He's like, he's man in the wall for you. He'll keep going. But it is getting to a point where Damian is getting older. And then if you go back to it doesn't have the charm that it does with the combo stuff, things like that. So it sucks. But
I mean, he was 10 years old in that first, at the beginning of Rebirth. I mean, that's young. Imagine you've got Damian the way he is now and a 10-year-old John.
10-year-old. It'd be weird.
You could say it's been a couple of years now, and instead of being 18, he's 13. And,
But then you have to adjust because Damian did have that, like, difference, so you'd have to go. But you went through a bunch it'd be weird.
And the other thing, too, is, like, that's what frustrates me with the adult John. Like, you could take maybe some of those personality traits of young John about how he was, like, so excited, like, he thought everything was fun and cool. And, yeah, some of that's a 10-year-old mentality.
Yeah, but still.
But you could take some of that and, like, what if you adultified that?
Well, again, he was in a volcano with a doppelganger, evil version of his dad. It's not like he matured in a normal way. He still could have been oh my God, man, that, and the idea that he did survive that because he was so optimistic and all that sort of thing, but you never really they didn't want to touch the idea of all those years and what happened.
Yeah, but even if you didn't want to touch that and just project what that kid would have been like as an 18-year-old, like maybe he's just like a fun-loving, carefree dude, and he doesn't really want to do. I mean, he wants to do the hero stuff, but he doesn't take it seriously.
Do with the don't punch, but that didn't feel like that.
No, that just felt like nobody who wants a pacifist
I don't
Superman.
know, and also that my biggest problem, like you said, he ends up being bisexual, but the other thing was he then was just called Superman, and so you're like, well, why? And then it made sense. Superman was off at Warworld or whatever. But even now, when you bring up John, most people, if they're not reading, will say, well, what do they call him now? Is he Superman? Is he Superboy? Is he this? And it's like, no, he's just John. He's just kind of Superman, still kind of. And it just doesn't,
Super John
doesn't
Super
end
Son.
Up making it any better. So, but I'll bend this.
Anyway, the point is, right, like, these characters, nobody's on board with any of these characters.
No,
I don't think. Very few people.
I think that people
and that's
will
what
go.
Holds the book back for me. That connective tissue is part of it, but also the main thing is I'm not like, oh, I can't wait to see what John's going to do next, or what I love seeing Dreamer. I want to see what she's doing. Like, I don't. So it just makes it hard to care about the book that much.
I'm with you. And here's the thing, and it's one of those books that if you do, and I gave it what did I give? 5.5. You gave it a 5.8.
I 5.8.
So the idea, I know that there'd be people, oh, you guys are hateful, or because it is an LGBT Q book, but the idea that we don't like it has nothing to do with that. We don't like that. That's where I think some support will come from. It just being that book, and that's fine. If that's why you like it, you want to support the characters. That's fine, but the idea that has nothing to do with why we don't like it or whatnot. So I just know
anybody who knows me or has even heard me on the podcast, there's certain lines I would drop would know that that's like polar opposite of my take.
I always think the idea that people should get the idea. I'm pretty open-minded with things like that, even being an older person. It's just every time something gets on YouTube and whatever, I get called these weird names. I'm like, yes, they don't listen, or maybe I don't spell it out well enough. Like that sort of thing. I like characters and good stories, and I'll always give something a chance. I ended up where I had a video where I said, here's the real reason why the Tim Drake, solo series deal didn't work, and it didn't have. I said right away, I don't want to hear woke. I don't want to hear this. Here's why. It was because it was a really poorly written book with really odd art, and people just, no, it's not. And I don't get it. But that's other stories. We could have a whole episode where we could talk about crazy things like that and whatnot, but we will move on to, because who could wait to talk about this Adam Project book? These are the books that end up.
There's some overlap here in the sense. Here's a little segue for you that I don't much like the characters in this book either.
Yeah,
and they're not LGBTQ or anything.
Even the characters that you end up playing up the idea of what you would like normally, like a Ray Palmer, you get a jerk Ray Palmer. Now, Eric ended up, his theory was that Ray was being manipulated in a way that he was stealing powers. I don't think he's right at all about that. I think
we
that
get
Ray's
definitively not here.
Yeah, I think Ray's just a jerk and thinks he's on the right side. And
I think they just had to differentiate Ryan from Ray.
And Ray,
And so they're like, oh, we'll make Ryan the young, chipper, happy, optimistic, and we'll make Ray the only cares about the science.
And that's where I got
guy.
it. I got the idea that Ray was almost like Sheldon, Big Bang Theory, like he only cared science, and he wasn't really
like
realizing. But that's not Ray to me. But this is Justice League: The Atom Project #4. It's Ryan Parrott and John Ridley writing, Mike Perkins art and cover, Adriana Lucas colors, Wes Abbott letter, and you get the Matthew Levine and Paul Kaminsky as the editors. So this book is, again, I think that at this point, this book could have just been part of, they even had it in the last Justice League, the idea that they're still, I'm getting this play where most people want to move on from this idea of power switching, Lost, all this. It doesn't
done it so many
really,
times too.
You know what I mean?
Like Lazarus Reign and this.
Yeah, and it doesn't, the idea, it's so artificially placed in at the end of Absolute Power. And then when you get to it, I'm like, why do I care? What the idea where, say, Barry Allen doesn't have his Speed Force deal, that's not cool to me. That's
No.
less. And this is why I usually get driven nuts by any new Green Lantern book. Luckily,
Oh, the
it's not
lights
happening
out.
now. Lights out.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Thorne starts his thing, lights out. You're like, really? Again? Like, why
Yeah.
can't we have
Oh,
our
a Green
heroes
Lantern
go?
book with no Green Lantern powers? Like, what are we doing here?
What are we doing? And some of these books end up, even when you see new books, and it's always, oh, they don't have their powers or whatever. But this is done in this weird artificial way. But even from the beginning till now, you didn't quite get it, but now you fully get it. And this issue actually does seem to explain a lot of things, or at least makes it concrete, the idea. They're using Captain Atom because he's able to siphon powers from people. So you get, a kid who
And
unfortunately has
give
weird
them to
powers.
people.
And give them to people. But it suddenly becomes this thing. I'm like, okay, at one point, remember last issue, they said, hey, Captain Atom, you have to stay with us, because if you quit, somebody's going to grab you later and they're going to use your power. You have to be the captain. But now it's the idea of giving things. And even when you play it out at the end, you have Elling say, okay, give us the powers of this. I'm like, how does that work? Like, how are you just able to, like, okay, here you go there, Sergeant. You have the powers.
Yeah.
I'm like, isn't that going to kill the guy anyway? Which it's such a weird play overall. But this whole play is done in a fight. Major Force has been sent to kill, or actually take in. He wants to kill Captain Atom, because I always fight you and I want to dent you. And now I have the benefit and I got these powers, all this stuff. And seemingly he's powered up. Then they have a meta laser gun satellite.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what that was doing.
And it feels like you're trying to play the idea, because they were blasting Captain Atom up in the Watchtower to see how he could get his powers back at one point. But then they got him from a bear, and then he has them, but then they're blasting him. I'm like, I don't know exactly what is happening overall with what each side. But then when you have Major Force say, it sucks, we're on the good side. And I'm thinking, like, really? Because I don't think that you play out very good. Like, it might be the gray area of who's the better or whatever. I still think that the Justice League is the good side. It's so
usually
weird.
the Justice League are the good guys. I'm just going to throw that out there. Well, because he's working for the government. He's working for the Air Force, so he's like, I'm on the good side.
I'm on the good side. But even then, Ray is with the Air Force. He has agreed, but that felt weird. And that feels nefarious.
I thought that some of that worked pretty well. So I will say, I don't know, I was getting close to dropping this book from my pull list. Actually, I was going to, until you're like, hey, can you read that? I'm like, all right, I'll hang on for it. And I will say, it's a series that kind of, even sharing some overlap with what we talked about with Green Arrow last week, where this benefits better from, like, I reread everything to get ready for this. And I was like, man, it really came together more holistically.
It's going to end soon. I forget if it's 5 or 6, but it's ending soon.
Yeah,
so you have to kind of,
like I said with Green Arrow, I think it's going to read better in trade. And I hate saying that, but like, there's certain things like the science mumbo jumbo about how, Captain Atom's new powers, they explain it, but you get like a piece in each issue. So when you read it one at a time, you're like, I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. But then when you read it all at once, you're like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. And like you said, in this issue, they kind of close the loop on a lot of that stuff. A lot of the like mysteries that are hanging out there, like, why did Captain Atom go on the run? We find out here it's because he's stuck between a rock and a hard place in the Justice League and the military and the politics involved in all that, and him getting, called up for active duty, which he doesn't, have a choice. I mean, I feel like if you're a superhero, you could kind of be like, yeah, no, dude, I'm not, I don't work for you. But, you could say, oh, he can say, oh, I'm a military guy. It's in my blood, so I'm going to obey orders. Like, I get it. Like, but like that whole plot structure, why he went on the run, why there's friction between him and the Captain and the Atoms, like that makes sense. I mean,
the Atoms, in my mind, it did play, and in this again, Captain Atom's on the run, the hard play. But again, the way that they're like, we're gonna, contain you. It feels a lot like what you had in that Black Lightning book with Thunder. The idea, hey, we're containing her, but in this, it's like, hey, now that we've given all these powers to Captain Atom, he could blow up, so we can't let him out. And then he wants to get out. And then Ryan says, well, if you wanted to leave, you could. And all this kind of swirls around, where my big problem is at this point, we're getting near the end. If somebody said, what is this book about and why does it matter? I I don't know. I would say, well, it's about Captain Atom who can kind of take in powers and siphon them out. But most people, like I said, I don't think they care about, Johnny Public who has lightning powers now and he's being Captain Atom will say, you have him help a family. A kid has powers that he can't control, so Captain Atom sucks him out of him, and not sucks away. He gets the powers, and then you're just like, okay. And he's like, yeah, that they thanked me 10 times or whatever. I'm like, all right. At the end, really, I don't think this does anything much more for Captain Atom than we had before, and I don't expect that this book will really be referenced ever in anything, just because it's just such a weird thing and already feels like it's dated with what we even see in the Justice League. Also, I'm wondering where's the rest? This is where the Trinity always take they get a pass. Like this shit that's going on with Captain Atom, nobody seems to be paying attention to anyway. Even when it's threatening the Watchtower at one point, it blows up and he saves them all. And I'm like, it feels small.
I try to never hold it against the book when they don't have the Trinity show up to solve all the problems. Like,
I don't mean to solve the problem. You're dealing with something they just made, and you keep playing that.
They could have very easily had Batman show up at the beginning of this issue and be like,
keep things in line or something.
Yeah, what's going on here with this?
And right? I'm not saying they have to swoop in, but what I'm saying is also at the point where Captain Atom ends up, saving them because the Watchtower blew up, you also have another book where you end up having crazy cyborg Superman. This is all, and this is where my thing isn't just the idea. But what my thing is that you're making shit up to make a book that was not needed and doesn't even really tie into anything. It's just, hey, we want to get this thing where they're going to solve this power problem. Again, I keep saying it. I don't think people care about that.
I don't know. I think the overall plot works. I like it now that I have, they, first of all, like I said, they've closed a lot of the loops on some of the open story threads, and having sat down and kind of read it all at once, more or less, like it connects a lot better. I think this is actually something that's fairly common. I know Ridley didn't write this. He's like script or whatever. It feels kind of like that. Like a lot of his books in the sense that there's a good story here. I like the story here. I think you've got, this trap that Captain Atom is in, and and like some of the stuff is weird, like the bear was odd, but the problem is, and this is a problem with a lot of John Ridley books in my experience, is just the characters. The characters come across as cold.
Yeah, they all do. Like you don't really get boring, character work at all.
Sometimes abrasive. Yeah, like, and I don't like Captain Atom in this book that much. He's kind of surly. I think
you're supposed to
pouty.
Feel bad for him because of all this.
I feel a little bad for him, but
I have to admit, I don't care. It's Captain Atom, and I'm like, that much. Really, it's Captain Atom,
and like we don't see the Atoms like do that much cool stuff. I think there was something in like the first issue where Ryan Choi like changed the molecular composition of a car so the kid's dad could punch it and it turns into dust or whatever. It was kind of like that was cool, but I was like, I didn't even know the Atoms could do that. Like I thought they just shrunk and stuff.
Yeah, I thought so too.
But now they fly and they do all kinds of.
They're doing a lot of crazy stuff, and that's where Eric was like, maybe he stole powers because we saw these things, but it doesn't seem that's.
I know it doesn't seem like that's the case. I think
it's just a weirdly drawn or weirdly played out character work and stuff. But,
and that's one of the things I had to like with this particular issue, though, is that it's a huge fight. I didn't find the fight to be that exciting. Like you didn't have, it's kind of just Captain Atom and Major Force punch each other. They just go back forth punching each other, and every time Captain Atom looks like he's going to win, he gets blasted by the satellite.
By the satellite, and then Major Force is like, "I wanted to do this all along. Here we go." And then the big play is that Elling didn't take into account that Major Force is not going to stop. That he wants to kill him, but of course, Elling wants Captain Atom, especially now because he's a weapon. And what I get though is, and you said you feel bad. You feel bad for Captain Atom, I think, because of the situation. But the idea of here's Captain Atom, and I thought what this book was going to be is Captain Atom without his powers. And so you could feel for a guy who just wants to go away, but they're doing that kind of was at the beginning where they're trying to force them back in. And he's like, I just want to go home and be whatever. But then, eventually they're going to do that. They had all that. But all in all, the problem is Captain Atom, pretty cold character. It usually is just like, just Captain Atom. I can't really feel for him, but I might have been able to if the book was based on the idea of now we're getting the man behind the Atom,
The Steel.
behind the captain. And the idea of him being able to not want to get back to that because he ends up being this guy who is that.
But they did, like they made it sound like he did want his powers back. Like he felt like he had lost his purpose in life without him, that he was suicidal before he got the powers. But then once he got them, that's what his whole life was based on. So, I mean, and then he gets them back, but then he gets all this other stuff with them, and now he can't use them and he has to get rid of them. I think I'm telling you, man, there's some good pathos in there. It's just I don't care that much about him and I like Ray Palmer, Ryan Choi enough. Like I don't, it's not like you see him a lot, so it's not like they could be my favorite character.
I'll tell you right now. Anytime anybody says there's good pathos and uses that term, I'm like, not for me. It's too fancy for me.
Don't you have a degree in advanced degree in psychology?
I do have an advanced degree, but I'm saying when I'm reading these and you have to bring in the pathos, I'm like, yep, that's what I'm talking about. Like the idea.
Don't act like you're dumb.
I just feel like the idea is that play of like each issue, though. I'm like, I think you nailed it in the way of saying, I don't know who to root for in this book. I don't like anybody. So
I don't. So I can't get excited about it. I can't look forward to reading it. Like, and even, I don't know, like, and with this fight, I didn't find that exciting. This is the fireworks factory. We got to the fireworks factory in issue 4.
Millhouse gets there and realizes it sucks.
Yeah, like, oh,
you know what I mean?
Okay, that was it. Like the fireworks were in here were like the ones that only the ones that are legal and can't leave the ground.
I'll tell you what it is.
That's what it was.
You get to the fireworks factory and they tell you at that point, oh, we're not shooting all fireworks. Like you get to see them being made, and that's not what you want. You want to shoot the fireworks. And then, I wanted to see some like Atom shrinking action, like the Atom jumps in and does something, but he punches Major Force once and then gets destroyed. And also when they do show up, you don't even see, they actually get bigger to get there, but that means they're just regular size. So and you even have Major Force. So, what, you getting tall? I'm like, yeah. And I'll tell you, here's the thing. Here's where I think that I think a lot of things like this would read better in trade, but I'm not going to use that as a compliment because I think what happens is this book ends up, and even in this issue, you jump through time a lot, but it's not really that needed. You just say, okay, then to set up the next deal, it's fine. But in each issue, when I'm done, I have got the idea of like, yeah, I see what's going on, but do I care? And like you said, if you read them all in a row, it'll make more sense, obviously. But a lot of times when people say it reads better in trade, it's still pretty good month to month. And you're like, okay, I get this, this, and this. This seems like you have to read it in trade because it's so scattered and it's so all over the place with this there. And they bring up that concept, then they change it, that you do need to read them all in a row to kind of get the connective deal of it, because each individual, like you said, with the first, I think this has more connective tissues. The story legit isn't that complicated. It's kind of, and not. I think they're trying to make it a little more complicated so that it
through
feels
all the time
bigger.
Jumping.
Yeah, so it's not that complicated. Yeah. It's Captain Atom, who didn't have his powers, gets him back, but now they realize he can siphon things, so they're going to use him as a living siphon to help people, but he doesn't want to be contained, and also the Army finds out, the Air Force finds out and says, we need him. It's very basic. You can play that, and yet it's kind of convoluted in the way of, again, not knowing who to root for with this, at least in this one. I'll give you the thing. Major Force is a complete dickhead. So you end up,
you know who to root against.
You know who you're against. And then when Ellen comes in, any book like this with a Captain Atom, you're not going to like the military because they're going to use him, even if they say they're not, for nefarious purposes. They're throwing small print in of why they should get him. But in the meantime, Ray is on board with them and is actually helping. But then they also were peeking in. There's a lot of crazy stuff by the end.
Well, and you can see that Ray has like a lot of guilt and you know, he doesn't like anything that's happening, but he feels stuck and he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he doesn't. And
there's some pathos there, Jim.
There is some pathos there.
But you know, it's just like, I don't know. I think you summed it up pretty well, right? It's like, I don't. There's some interesting plot here. The plot's not that complicated. But am I excited by it? Am I interested in the characters? And the answer is like, not really. I mean, they try and elevate the stakes a little bit where yes. You know, what does Ray say? He says something like, where is it? He says something to the effect of, he could single-handedly reshape the entire metahuman landscape because he can take powers, modify them, give them to people. And that's huge. He's right. That's huge. And I don't know. It should feel exciting. It kind of just doesn't
feel big. And again, with that, the book we just talked about, Secret Six. I didn't even say it then, but the idea that Amanda Waller is broken out of prison and that should feel big as well. But you're kind of just stuck in that book that doesn't feel big. But when you get to this, the idea that legit Captain Atom could just walk into a room and take every Justice Leaguer's powers except Batman,
and give them to whoever he wants,
and just give them to the Legion of Death. Obviously, at the end, that's why you have this cliffhanger that then ties it into the crossover with the Justice League book and the Batman and
we didn't
Superman
mention
World's
that yet,
Finest.
by the way.
We'll get there, and that's kind of crazy. That's where the Army and the Air Force, the military, usually wants Captain Atom as a weapon of he's Captain Atom and he could just destroy things. This is bigger. This could be, you know, and it should be bigger. Ellen comes in and says, oh, we hear what's going on here. They seem to be eavesdropping, spying, and now realize we could make an army of superheroes. We can make them regular people. You can steal villains' powers, all these things. Now, with that, Captain Atom would never do that. And that's the weird play between this whole thing.
Like, how are you going to make him do it?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And it wouldn't be something that I think that he'd do willingly, but are you going to do this? But it's a crazy idea, and it feels big, but it's presented in a weird way that I don't think anybody
it's presented
really
in a
knows.
book that, like, we don't get that until issue 4. Like, the stakes show up in issue 4. And by this point, either you're invested in the story or you're not. I'm going to wager probably most people are not
reading this.
And like, you know, you brought up something important, I thought, when you talked about, you know, reading it in trade versus reading it separately. Like you said, it seems like they tried to make the story more complex than it is by doing all this time jumping and back and forth and spreading the explanations for things across 4 issues. And it's like, yeah, that just made every individual issue unsatisfying.
It's unsatisfying. So you have to read them as a whole. Now, also, if you had in the end of the first issue, oh my God, Captain Atom, what we get in this issue. If all of a sudden we just end up, I think you would have been set up really a lot better, because now it feels like there's stakes that are bigger than just, oh, Captain Atom doesn't have his powers. Oh, well.
Right.
Exactly. And most people would think, and Captain Atom fans would be like, okay, but most people like, what does it matter? Captain Atom, Tom King treats Captain Atom like a complete chump, ends up getting beaten up every book that he's in with Tom King. And not many people care that much because he isn't really featured anymore. So why would you care? But the idea that he could not just be the guy who gives back, say, Barry the Speed, which is odd, but gets back the Speed Force power, but also could give it to Captain Cold. Or he could then take it from also Wally. And because he does end up, he has some Speed Force power. He seems to have, like, he could give it back.
Barry's powers?
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, that's the only speedster that we know that lost his powers, I think. So it might be. So the idea of, you know, oh my God, he's charging up, he's doing this. But then at the end, I actually even lost track of the deal because Major Force is like, I'm going to kill you, whatever. I mean, and the only thing, though, not set up well in the idea that Captain Atom knows that if he grabs these powers of a Major Force, it's going to cause problems, and he doesn't want to do that. Like, I'm a hero. I might kill this guy, but then he has to. And then it happens. When it happens, you're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. And so it's kind of weird. But even the idea that Major Force starts yelling, I was given more, and I was offered this. And I'm like, okay, I kind of get it. But the idea at the end, you have just Major Force just looks like he's like just burns up and dies. I will have to see what the deal is.
I don't think he dies, but it was kind of weird.
This weird deal, yeah. And then that also.
And here's the thing: I don't know anything about Major Force, really. Like, I don't know why he has those colors. I don't know why he is the way or why he's like a tiny man.
He always reminded me of
kind
of like a Peacemaker type deal, where he does think that he's the guy who does the right thing, and he's like, even when he says, "I'm the one who was doing the real hard work in America and kicking ass and whatever," and I'm on the good side now. So what does it feel like being the enemy? I'm like, I don't really think of him as the enemy, but yeah, I get it. But yeah, you end up where then you do have Ray and Ryan there, and Ray especially is like, okay, you know, we're going to get you out of here. He's supposed to give up Captain Atom to Elling and says, hey, Cap, you got to get out of here. They're coming, and realize
you can tell that he's siding with Adam on here. He's like, get out of here.
He ends up where he's like, I done messed up. Like, you got to get the hell out of here. I'm just going to let you go.
Can you stand? Let's go.
And then he gets zapped. I mean, it looks like he might be like nobody's dead, but it looks like it. And then you get the big play. Maybe it's weird because we know what this is then, because it's Inferno. But we know now Inferno, spoiler alert from last week, that it's the Legion of Doom, to me,
from the past.
So you show, if this would have just been a week or 2 weeks ago, like, oh my God, like, what is Inferno? And then the reveal comes of who they are, then you'd be like, oh shit, like that. But even now you're like, okay, it's that's probably
also
whatever.
Which member of the classic Legion of Doom shoots firebolts?
That's what I was just
going
to say. I was just going to say you can kind of figure, but yeah, I don't know. We'd have to go and look, and maybe it's a gun. I don't know.
I don't know.
All of a sudden we're like, oh, Heatwave was there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe it's Lex's power armor or something. I don't know. But like that's another thing too that this book did that drove me nuts is when they have like narration from people off panel talking about things that aren't even directly related to things on panel.
Yeah, because we have the narration of Inferno.
Yeah, we get that at the beginning of every issue, which that's like a pet peeve of mine. I really, really, really hate that. Tom King does it all the time. But it's like and they did that a lot in this issue. I'm glad that I don't think we're going to get it anymore.
Yeah, it seems like that's done, that they're now revealed. So we have that. I'm just telling you, it's just as I read the book, it kind of drives me nuts. Just wanting to have the moment where I'm like, okay, and there's kind of it here, but it kind of comes in a weird way. Like, it doesn't feel like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, you kind of get, oh, well, he does. Oh, now I get it. It wasn't as big the way it was presented, but the idea, and like you said, it's almost a subtle line. When you went to find where Ray says, this changes the landscape of metahumans. He can change the entire game. That is humongous, but it's kind of like,
it's
almost
one
feels
line.
like a one line thrown in there. And like, as an aside, oh, by the way, hey, Ryan, come over here. This could change everything. Like, all right. Like, maybe that should have been the main focus from the get-go. Like, you have Ray and Ryan worried that might be the case. And they're trying to figure it out. And then boom, at the end, yeah, it is. And we got to watch it. And Captain Atom better be protected. But they ended up going the wrong way of making him feel like a prisoner, not just being protected. Everything was like that side way of doing things that always doesn't work out. The idea, we want to protect you to contain you in this. Oh, I'm a prisoner? Well, not really, but they don't really explain it, and it's just weird. It's just weird. And then
there's a version of this book that you're describing where, like, it's basically The Fugitive.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Where, like, at the end of the first issue, you reveal why he's on the run. He's got the powers and blah, 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 and the stakes are high, and you've got the Justice League's trying to get to him before the military does.
Yeah, that's the thing that it should be.
Like that, that would be a better book.
Yes. And then you could have the idea, I don't know why, but, Ryan and Ray, they're not doing much. You go find him. He likes you. You go find him, try to convince him, whatever. And then you do play that idea. You still do here, but you play more of the idea of like, are they trying to help him or do they want him? In the meantime, the Air Force definitely wants him. But then you have Inferno. Everybody wants Captain Atom. So by the end, if, Inferno grabbing him and them being the Legion of Doom from the past, that's big. You finally set it up in this issue. Hey, powers back forth, boom, Legion of Doom. Oh my God. Like now at the end of a series, you're like, holy crap, like this could be humongous. But even then you're not revealing who Inferno is if you're only reading this. It's so weird. They seem to just want to whisper down the lane the entire story at points. But what would you give it?
Oddly enough, I'm going to give it the same score as Secret Six. It's a 5.8 for me.
I'm giving it a 5. I'm a little less, but I'm still.
Yeah. It's like the story has come together better. The stakes are big, and they're finally out there, and we know the motivations. We understand what's going on. It's just too late. And so it's kind of the similar issue to what I was describing in Secret Six. Like here, we've got a decent story here. There's a story here. This isn't nonsense. There's a plot here. It's intricate, even in certain ways. There's a lot of dynamics happening that are interesting. I'm cool with this story, but the connective tissue in this case is different. The connective tissue is spread across 4 issues, so it just took too long. And I still don't care about the same problem. I don't care about the characters, so it's just But I do want to give it some credit because my initial read on this overall series was like a 5. I was right there with you. I'd have been a 5 out of 10.
So you went up to 5.8.
Yeah, because of the story working better and the pathos. That's it.
I say it wrong. The idea again. Yeah, it's a weird play again. At the end, I'm giving it a straight 5, but it just ends up where it just never feels like it comes together. And now that it is, like you said, why do that at the end of a series?
Yeah.
Why?
There's only 2 issues left.
Yeah, the mystery that you kind of set up and things like that, it just went too long in a book that you had to realize some people have to be more realistic here and think this book needs to come out of the gate hard. It's not going to sell. They tried to put Justice League in the title. It fooled Eric. Eric would have actually been mad that we didn't start with this book because it says Justice League in the title, and I would have been telling him it's nonsense. But you didn't come out of the gate. And then the second issue, third issue, finally, and you're like,
well, I think they tried to lean on the mystery aspect. The mystery is going to pull you in. The mystery of why is Captain Atom on the run? What's going on with the powers? Why is the military? Like, I think they were leaning on that aspect. And in my opinion, a mystery works better when the stakes are higher, when you understand the stakes. Like a mystery is more intriguing when it's a serial killer who's going to strike again on the next full moon or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of stuff, instead of just who is the killer, right? Like that's the kind of thing that makes a mystery more compelling, more interesting. So if we would have had the stakes of Captain Atom can steal powers and redistribute them, and he's on the run from the Justice League and the military, like, okay, those are huge stakes. I understand that. Now I'm interested. You can still have the mystery of how did we get here? Why is the Justice League and the military, not on the same page with this? Okay, like I that mystery would be more interesting. But instead, we relied on just the mystery for 4 issues. And then we finally revealed what the stakes were. And it's like, okay, well, now it's a little too late. I was about to drop this book from my pull list.
Yeah, it is too late. Like you said, you could even have this big thing at the beginning, a couple pages of, oh, my God, this is crazy. Maybe Captain Atom doesn't even realize he can do what he possibly could do, and that he's on the run. And then he figures it out with us that, this whole play is the idea of giving and taking powers. But in the meantime, yeah, have it like this chase, have some stakes and have some tension to it, but it just kind of is a mess. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see when it ends, if it ends big, if it ends up with like most of these things that'll be like, now we're going to move this over to this and we'll combine this or whatever, or if it just gets forgotten about. Because just like Lazarus Reign with the powers and things like this idea of swapping, taking, I don't think anybody likes, nobody's interested in. And even when we talk later about like Lazarus Reign, when you talk about Dreamer and these things, it is like the joke. Oh yeah, I forgot they got this or Power Girl, who ends up having teleportation and like makes no sense.
Teleporting.
Yeah, and so you're like, oh, that was. And what happens is, oh, why does she do that? I don't know. Oh, that was just stupid Lazarus Reign shit. That's what ends up happening. And I think this is
the mesovirus.
Yeah, it's the idea is mostly you're more concerned so far. Now they point it is the powers being taken away. Barry doesn't have powers, but it doesn't matter because the Flash book is Wally. Then you also have Mara, whose powers are now with Aquaman. But that doesn't matter because Mara's disappeared. You're just dealing with Aquaman. So they're not really playing it well. But most of it is the idea of them being taken from, you didn't get that play of, oh my God, here is this villain who was a, Kite Man, all of a sudden ends up having a crazy power set. But you haven't really dealt with that. So this power type thing never feels like it really matters much. So
yeah, I agree.
We'll see. And then it just looks like Captain M could just go around and zap people. Hey, Barry, boom. He's speedster. It
does seem to take it out of him a little bit. You know what? Interestingly, we don't see if it works. Because he's supposed to give Atom Smasher's powers to that one guy. To
that one sergeant. And then I'm like,
and we don't ever see what happens with that.
No, and it looked like...
I'm sure we'll see it next episode.
You get the idea of, like, that's the play of when you even have, like, a Green Lantern book. Remember when they were sending everybody into the source and they were dying? Like, you figured that would just burn people out and things like that. But, I felt, Sergeant, what's going on? But we'll have to see. We'll see what goes on. But, yeah, 5 and a 5.8. You're 5.8 for both. Still not great books, and these are these are the most important ones according to
kicking off the podcast,
deal.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Moly. We have a bunch of others. We have a bunch of other things, but this was a weird week for DC overall.
It was. They have some good books, but they're all either on the absolute side or they're Patreon.
Yeah,
exclusive.
The Patreon deal. So check out because I
haven't read JSA.
Well,
yet,
I will tell everybody that me and Gabe talked about JSA on the Patreon Spotlight, and it was my favorite issue of the series. A series that I do like Jeff Lemire. And I always
like
hey, you got to tighten it up. He actually tightens things up a bit. So I think that most people probably will like
I feel
that.
like that book has gotten better with every issue, in my opinion. Every issue is better than one.
What happens in this one? You have like 8 stories going on in that book, and he's like, nope, we'll just do 2. And it benefits
Okay,
so much better for that. And they kind of have a connective deal to it. So, yeah. So if you haven't checked that, Jesse, check it out. But we're going to move on.
What's that?
I believe that, we'll probably go to the retro book right now. It's probably what we're going to do. Me and Sturk talking about the first appearance of Cassandra Cain, not as Batgirl, just Cassandra Cain herself. So we'll go to that right about now. All right. And we're going to do our retro review. That means I'm here with my man Stork. What up, Stork?
What up, Jim?
What up is the...
I thought you were cutting out the what up thing.
Well, I can't help it. I was also just going to tell you that I don't feel well, so you can go, oh, you? And then I can yell at you and get all mad.
Dare you?
See there? Yeah. Okay, I won't do it. We'll start over. Yo, what's happening, dude?
What's happening, Jim?
Yeah, what's happening? What's up? Cowabunga, dude. Here we are. We're going back to the 90s, so maybe we should stop. Now, barely. You ended up saying that on the poll that we end up having on the Patreon for the retro reviews, if you see 90s, it's all for you.
Oh, yeah.
And you did vote for this, though it was July of 99. So you're just cutting in at the end of the 90s. It's during the whole No Man's Land storyline going in Batman. And it is Batman issue number 567, which did, in fact, have a cover date of July 1999. The reason why I put this on the poll to kind of go with what's happening this week in comics is it's the first appearance of Cassandra Cain and also her first word spoken by her. And it is Mark of Cain, Part 1. It is going to be quick. It's a quick issue because Cassandra's in it. And she is pretty much, I'd say nonverbal, but she says stop. In this. That's kind of an important thing to learn to say when you're in Gotham, I'll tell you that. But the whole play of this is it goes in No Man's Land, so there's a couple things that I had to kind of look back at, kind of research a little.
An exhaustive deep dive?
All my exhausted, well, you'll see how exhaustive it is. I wish I had some of Jason's, drops that he has, but unfortunately, I need some of mine. And he has now like 20. Every time I go on, he ends up doing the X-Men podcast, The Weird Dose of X. I go in, everything's gone. All of my sound bites.
What the fuck is in that age?
I'm going to have Simon to say, also, you're not in the Slack. You bailed. And the idea, I'll just say you bailed because I'll just make up somebody. Gray. No, Gray wasn't even in there.
That son of a bitch.
Yeah. So with that, though.
Twitter was enough for me at the time.
Somebody
I don't need more.
Somebody asked Simon, like, oh man, like you should actually go on the Weird Dose of X. That'd be awesome. You could actually be a guest star. And he wrote, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't listen to that show. It's like, oh my goodness,
Shade.
Simon, a lot of shade this week. He tells it as it is, or at least how he sees it. I'm going to give him guff this week on our Patreon Spotlight when we talk about Resurrection Man. But here we are. It is the 90s. It is the Mark of Cain Part 1 in Batman 567. And it is written by Kelly Puckett, pencils by Damian Scott, inks by John Floyd, colors by Gregory Wright, and letters by Todd Klein. Usually when we do these, there's at least one name that you'd have come up currently, and usually it's the letter. Letters seem to be able to keep doing that job for a while, but lo and behold, no. There's a lot of things going on there.
Daniel group editor. Let's go with that.
That is true. Also, Joseph Illich and Darren Vincenzo. So even there. But Denny O'Neill is in there as well. And again, since it was during the No Man's Land, I thought that there might be a couple things that I might have to deep dive research in, because we start out and you have Batman and he's discovered a bunch of dead bodies that Two-Face was involved with. This happened in Batman's sector of No Man's Land. And while he's in the grave, he's burying these bodies. You end up seeing Batgirl, or actually Bat, looking. And if you kind of jump into this, it's Cassandra Cain's outfit, but this is Helena Bertinelli. This is actually Helena Bertinelli, who is taking the guise of the Bat during No Man's Land, and she's been going around and tagging things. You see some of the tags on, some of the walls and things like that, if you go through this, that she's been trying to protect and kind of signal where trouble is. That's why Batman, by the end of this, says, I trusted you, and then disappears. So he's kind of throwing shade at Helena. Now, later on, because of Cassandra, you end up having both Barbara and Batman decide Cassandra should be Batgirl, and they give her that costume. They actually give it the costume. So there you see the costume. It's kind of a cool little play. The weird thing, though, is then you go to Barbara, and she's in her apartment, and she ends up there, and she's trying to teach Cass to speak. And Cass, the weird thing is she comes in and says, oh, I know what you get for a teacher, a red pepper. Because that's what it looked like at first. I was like, what does she have there? Red pepper? It's that deal. And she gives her an apple and says, oh, an apple for teacher. Huh? And I wanted Cass to be like, sign language. No shit. Sure line. But they're there and she's trying to teach her how to say stop. And you see that she does not know how to speak. She's having problems. It takes her a bit to even get to the S sound. But Barbara's like, that's it. Keep going. She's like, stop. And she's like, you can do it. And as she's about this, maybe do it, you end up having Jim Gordon, the GCPD, kind of bust in. And like, Barbara, I need you. It's like, he's such a jerk. She's helping this young girl try to speak, and he's just like, I need you right now.
Lose the mute.
Yeah, get her out of here. But yeah, it says, oh, that's good tomorrow. And you end up where Cassandra leaves. As she goes, she sees, and she's taking the cards with her with the words. She sees a guy. That's her father, David Cain. So she ends up seeing him and like, oh my God. I'm like, what's he doing? She's watching him. And he, in fact, is setting up, looks a lot like Punisher. Ends up setting up
meets Race Bannon or something.
Yeah, really. Yeah, it does. It actually, if you ever saw the Bruce Wayne Agent of Wayne, or I forget what the thing, that one amalgam book, kind of looks like his outfit as well. I think it was just Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I wanted it to be Agent of Wayne. That'd be pretty cool. And then they'd have to come up with W-A-Y-N-E. I don't think they'd be able to. But you end up where he's setting up a gun. He's going to kill Gordon. And Cassandra realizes this. So first up, she sees her dad and doesn't want to be seen. And then sees that he has the scope right on Gordon. She jumps right in the way. And the bullseye's like right between her eyes. And he actually kind of, reacts. And later on, I like where Jim Gordon later on is like, he kills little girls whenever he wants. Like, what's up with you? But you do end up where the one poor guy's like, I'll go get him. Oh. This guy gets his neck turned.
Yeah, the cop's head's not supposed to face that way.
Oh, my God. I'm surprised that it just didn't rip off, because this guy comes up behind him and he ends up just like maybe punching through him as well, but just ends up snapping his neck. It's really horrific, but done in a cool way with that red and how it's a silhouette, so you can kind of get away with it. But the other cops are going up, and you see in there, like I said, a lot of the thing in No Man's Land, they tag, this is it's almost like the Warriors type deal. But you end up where that's happening, and they go to apprehend him, but he gets away. And you go to Batman with Two-Face that he I mean, did he tie him more to this bed? Look at this thing. It's like 800 times through this bed.
Gulliver's Travels.
Holy moly, it does. And he's like, hey, you slaughtered these people. I vowed to avenge them. And he doesn't know what to do because there's no judge or jury right now. Everything's shut down. It's no man's land.
But there is an executioner.
Oh, yeah, there's an executioner. And he seems like, so what's left? And he does say, I kind of envy you. You get to just flip a coin and then nothing's on you. It is kind of a funny thing that you don't think about fully, is that the idea of flip a coin and then you just blame the coin. And he's like, oh, that's pretty cool. And ends up flipping it, but then doesn't look at it. I'm like, oh, Batman, it's actually, you should just show it and then
throw it.
Yeah, and then he throws it. And then with that, is that a jar of just coins next to Harvey's head at that one point? It's like a swear jar.
It looks like.
Right? That's what I thought. It's like there. But he says, hey, don't force my hand or we'll both lose. And again, Harvey will be dead and then Batman, oh, poor. But I think Harvey's like, I don't really care about your mission. Like the idea that you'll lose because you crossed the line, I just don't want to die.
And he just leaves him there. Yeah, tied up.
Tied up like that. Mouth all gagged. It's like the worst. I do like, again, I think that some of the shading and stuff, when you see Harvey there in the dark with the Batman shadow over him. It's really cool. It's a really cool way of, doing this. It's like
some of the
Batman's
art's
losing
cool. Like, I think the people are pretty decent, but I just don't like the design of the Batman and even Batgirl. I think that, like, he's got shoulder pads from the 80s, not the 90s.
He's got their shoulder pads. But yeah, so you end up where, again, these are things that are bigger in No Man's Land. We're here for Cassandra. So we go back, and you ended up where they realize, hey, this girl jumped in front of Gordon. Like, why would she do that? Did she see this guy? Why are you? And he says, that guy, he ends up killing people. But she's trying to say, hey, look, and I love where Gordon's just like, I don't need a drawing of a wolf. Look,
True?
Like, I like the idea. Look at this thing. I'm like, it would be really cool on the side of a van or something. But, I need us to do. I don't need you doodling. And then Barbara realizes where she's like, oh, my God, that's the mark of Cain, David Cain. And then, and even when they did, there was a kind of a subtle but kind of heartbreaking scene is when Cassandra left, when Gordon came, and you had Gordon like go down on his knees, and you end up Barbara like rubbing his head and whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but
it did feel weird, but it was so that Cassandra could see, because her and her dad, her dad's pretty much a piece of shit, and so they don't have that connection. But that's how you lead to this, and then like, oh my God, the mark of Cain, and then right away, David Cain. Oh my God, it's like, if that's true, we need to move you to where you're safe. And that's Renee Montoya that's there with. And like, no. And Cain usually shoots girls. Why didn't he shoot you? What's your connection? Do you know him or something? And then she like points Gordon, Barbara to the drawing, and then to her. And I wish Gordon was like, dumbass Gordon is like,
Cain?
You're a wolf. Like some weird shit. Like, yeah, I know you drew the picture. It wasn't us. I just want him to keep it. I really want him to Leslie Nielsen it up and just go all over the top. But then she like shows her something. He's like, what? You hitchhiked here? Like the idea. Oh my God. And Barbara's there. You're his daughter. Like, okay.
Thank God Barbara's there.
Yeah. Oh, if Barbara wasn't there, nothing would have ever happened. It would have been the worst. They would have probably kicked
Shrew. Taming of the Shrew. Shakespeare. Move the Shakespeare head in Bruce Wayne's manor.
Shakespeare. Wait a minute. That means the shake shop down on 5th and Chew. They go down and like arrest the guy who's making cheese. He's got a malt shop. I'm just making egg creams here during the No Man's Land. So they go and say, hey, sir, we need to, and this is Renee saying to Gordon, we need to get you, safe. We need to put you I swear to God, at this point, this was a weird play. Like, no. We need to lock her up, Cassandra, because he might come for her. I thought they were saying like this was some utility closet or something, and they were going, but they're leaving the apartment. Cassandra grabs his keys. I don't know why. It's as if he's trying to unlock a door that looks like it has no lock. And then also to leave the apartment, but they end up where she grabs the keys and goes out and slams the door.
It was an odd progression.
Yeah, it was weird. And then in the next room there in the hallway, I guess it is, there's David Cain. He's waiting he was just going to shoot Gordon right in the face when he came out. And she looks at him and he starts firing. And then when you turn the page, you see, he's a pretty good shot. And he shoots like around her.
Everyone inside's dead.
And I'm telling you, it's 3 bullets, Renee. Barbara's the only one. She's like, I'm not shot. She's bleeding profusely in the legs. She just doesn't feel it. She's like, I'm good. I'm good to go.
Too soon.
But yeah, so you end up, Cassandra leaps at her father and just throws the gun. He's still holding like finger bang out there, and then just punches him, and then has the weirdest like
activates
position.
the dental plan, as you say.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, activates the dental plan and flashbacks.
Yes.
Because then all of a sudden you see her and you don't quite get at this point what that would be.
She roadhoused that guy.
I'm telling you.
Ripped the throat right out of him.
There's a lot of crazy deal where, she seems like she had been sent in, there's David Cain would send her in, hey, what's this little girl doing? And like, I don't know, cousin it. And you end up where that he gets this like, or Wilson Fisk, and gets his neck ripped out by her, and she's just like standing there like, hey, look at that. So it's like almost like Hit Girl. Kind of looks like it a bit. But yeah, this guy dies, she kills him, and then she does yell to David Cain.
Is he trying to write his final words on this paper as he's dying?
He's like, girl, actually drawing the mark of Cain. This was a a crime that went unsolved because Gordon was on it back in the day. He's like, why do people keep drilling this stupid shrew to me? So she yells stop, and she's crying again. She's upset that it's her dad. And then he starts crying because, oh my God, you can speak? Can you understand me? I'm like, yeah, I think she can. I think that she can. I mean, at one point you must have told her, go and rip this guy's neck out and stuff like that. But he's shaken by it. He's and even that where you see, and again, we don't know that backstory. She might have been being used by the guy, whatever. And then he came to save her. But in the meantime, she did it because then you even see that flashback as Gordon kicks in the door, the idea that she was there with that blood and, he's like, come and hug me, bloody baby. Yeah. And then even then she walloped him. She's good with that uppercut.
Yes.
That's like her go-to move, right? And she sees Gordon come out and he's going to end up, and so she actually tackles him out of this apartment. They end up going and she yells stop as they're falling. I think she's talking to the glass that's hitting her in the head. But it's
Gravity.
very quick. Yes, that's the enemy. I figured it'd be quick. There's a lot of, silent panels and things because, again, it's Cassandra, but it's pretty good. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah.
I haven't read a lot of Cassandra Cain. I thought it was a pretty
Cassandra.
cool
and then
first issue.
From that, this is where I think that they kind of lose track sometimes nowadays is the idea of presenting it in oh man, that's cool. Barbara's helping her do this, but you don't really know who she is at this point. But you even get that little background.
She's a courier.
Okay. Yeah.
In No Man's
she has
Land
her
for
as
Barbara.
A courier, and that she was late and things like that at the beginning. And in the meantime, Barbara's teaching her how to talk, and she did come to Gotham, and she's trying to do some things. But yeah, with David Cain as her father and her being pretty kick-ass, it sets up that play of eventually her being Batgirl, but a Batgirl who's done some bad things, but not because of her own fault. So it's almost like a Damian. I said they're very similar. Damian and Cassandra. That's why I wish that they would do more together. But
that would be a cool team up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool because they both have that play of a parent who ends up making them, forcing them into things and doing stuff. In the New 52, I guess it was the Batman and Robin or Batman Eternal, when they were going and explaining like she would have to kill 100 people before she got breakfast, and it was bad. Yeah. And that was the whole thing with David Cain and Mother. I guess it was the Batman and Robin because that's where Mother showed up. That was part of her. Yeah. Dancing Mike is smiling somewhere if he's listening to this. But so what would you give it?
I'm actually pretty high on it, 8.8. Not a huge fan of the art, but I thought it was a good intro to the character, and the use of silent panels and pages makes sense for her. So it was a quick read, but I think it made sense, and good foreshadowing with Barbara trying to teach her stop, and then that's what she yells, and it makes sense when she does. So I thought it was pretty well planned out and paced.
Yeah, I thought it was good too. I ended up because a lot of the other stories on the poll were Poison Ivy's first appearance, Resurrection Man's first appearance, which is kind of more recent, but like 99 again, or somewhere around 2000, early 2000s. But the others are like real quick, like, ooh, if we get that, it's like 6 pages. And so I'm like, oh, right. And then we got this. I'm like,
kind of like 6 pages.
Yeah. And then I read it. I'm like, I think this might have been quicker. Obviously, we're already done talking. Usually these things go like a half hour to 45 minutes, but not this one. And it's good. It's a weird one to check out just by itself because of No Man's Land, but I'm sure people loved it back in the day. And people do love the people who are aware of Cassandra, like they love her, and now she's in the Batgirl book that I hope ends up picking up the pace. We'll see this week. But with that, we are done with the retro review. I gave it an 8.5.
Okay.
Just a little under you, but still, I like to be under you. Oh my. So with all that, though, thank you for joining me again. Stork, some people have reached out and said they really like the retro stuff and all the extra coverage, so that's pretty cool. But before we go, let everybody know where they can find you.
Patreon.com/besottedgeek, I think.
You think? And also, I'll have to see it first. I didn't put what your what's it called, guilty pleasure was, but then I remembered and I went and put it. It was last week. Was you riding a seesaw by yourself? You're basically.
Hey, my imaginary friend's on the other side of that seesaw.
That is true, but he left. I just want you to be Millhouse. Is all I want you to be. So with all that, thanks for joining me, and we'll go back to the rest of the show. All right, we'll continue on with the very special review. It's actually for Teen Titans Go number 2. I reviewed Teen Titans Go number 1, and enough people said that they enjoyed the review and actually really liked the issue. So I decided I will keep doing it. And in that, I will mention something I mentioned before, that when you go and review something like a Teen Titans Go, it's not going to be as important as Watchmen. It's not going to be one of those that if I give a high score, that doesn't mean that every score I gave for other things is bullcrap. What you do is you rate a book for what it's supposed to do. This is a Teen Titans Go book. Does it do it well? And boy, it does. It really, really does. And I will stress that if you have any sort of younger kids that enjoy Teen Titans Go, or you yourself likes Teen Titans Go, you should pick this up. It's very fun. It's very quick. Again, it's more for a younger crowd because, again, it's going to be a very quick read. But little kids, I've had a few. I have 5 boys. And when they would like something, say I gave them this to them and they liked it, little kids are definitely the ones that will read something 500 times. They'll definitely get the money's worth of almost about anything that they like. I remember my son Alex really being into Beast Wars, and all it took, you basically, we bought him one cassette of Beast Wars, and that's all he needed. He was in and he would watch that on repeat, and then down the line, all the kids with Star Wars, Toy Story, all that stuff going on. So again, if you sit there and I don't think it's worth it, if you do have a little kid who likes the Teen Titans Go, it'll always be worth it because they will kind of go back and they usually do wear them out. And this is good. It ends up being really good. It plays the characters really well. And boy, the art is just spot on. But it's the usual, unusual suspects written by Matthew Cody, drawn and colored by Eric Owen, lettered by Seda Timofonte, and edited by Christy Quinn. And you even see on the cover, which is a cute cover, you have Robin as the hard-boiled detective. And he has to find out what happened to Cyborg. Cyborg has disappeared. He has gone missing. Nobody knows where he is. So he ends up interrogating Starfire, Beast Boy, and Raven in that order to see if he could figure out what happened. It all goes back to a movie night the night before. And then from there, the story's kind of changed. But it all is all in fun and really fun. And one of the coolest things in it is it plays the characters really well. It really feels like the cartoon, one of the few cartoons I've seen because my kids used to like it. So Robin is mad once he hears that there was a movie night. Hey, why wasn't I invited? And they're like, oh, you're a talker. You talk through the movies. And it's kind of funny. And yeah, I could see Robin doing that. But the big play again is that Robin does not know where Cyborg is. And he has called a meeting. And you end up where they're waiting for Robin in just a room in the Titans Tower. And there is a mirror on the wall. You see, it's just a regular mirror, but Robin has put it there to almost look like it's a two-way mirror, like they're in an interrogation room. But the only person who's fooled by it is Starfire, who goes over and starts talking at it. Then she starts talking to her reflection. And one of the things, again, that I go with these sort of books is if the characters feel like the actual characters that, you know from the cartoon. And Starfire's the best because Starfire has that thing where, I think I probably mentioned it because it's my favorite thing. She ends up saying the of everything. Oh my God, there's the, whatever. In this, she says she's chosen first to talk. And she says, oh, that's great. I'm chosen the first. I'm telling you, I can never come up with examples of my own. But yeah, Robin comes in and they're like, oh, hey, Robin, what's up? And then Raven's even like, oh, brother. And Beast Boy's already falling asleep. He's already bored. But Robin puts his coffee down and then slams down the file, starts yelling at him, and then says, hey, bet you all were wondering why I dragged your sorry behinds in here after you have a close-up of him sipping the coffee. And all three of them go, nope, bye. And they get up and go to walk away. And he's like, you stop. Cyborg is missing. And he does the clap. He slams his fist down on the desk and his coffee almost spills. And they're a little upset then. They're like, oh, my God, what happened? They're like, well, the last time he was seen was last night, and he just disappeared, and he actually ended up missing the snack funds meeting. He was not there for the snack funds meeting, and everybody loves the snack funds meeting because it involves snacks and money. Even Beast Boy's like, yeah, I love that thing. I love that meeting. Cyborg wasn't there, and he would usually be there, so they are going to figure out where he got off to. So Starfire gets picked first. She says, I am never chosen the first. She starts clapping and starts telling the story. And all these stories. The base of the story starts out pretty true, that there was a movie night. They were watching Rashomon, and they were bored. The Kurosawa deal, it's black and white. It's subtitled Beast Boy Says, classic Beast Boy. Not only was it black and white and boring, but I had to read during it. And Raven's upset it was her pick. And she said, it's a classic. Oh, my God. And then when he says, and also I had to read it, those were subtitles. It's in Japanese. And he's like, yeah, whatever. But while the movie night was going on, Cyborg's proximity alert, that is Mother Box technology in his arm there, it ends up beeping. Somebody is approaching, and he says maybe somebody should check it out. Of course, everybody but Raven wants to check it out because they're bored with the movie, though Beast Boy is completely just fallen asleep at this point. But this whole proximity alert is going, and then all of a sudden Atrocitus and Dexstar break in. And it's that they want the Mother Box technology. They're going to go after Cyborg. Everybody else is hiding. Beast Boy's passed out. He's just sleeping because he was so bored. And you end up Atrocitus just rips the head off of Cyborg. He's trying to get the Mother Box technology while Dexstar goes off and looks like he might shoot the blood lava, the fire blood at Starfire and Raven, but instead coughs up a hairball. And they're all disgusted by it. And Starfire actually says, you deal with the hairball. I'm going to go deal with the Atrocitus. So she flies over to Atrocitus and basically says, oh, I think that you want the Mother Box because you miss your mommy and you just want motherly affection and maybe a hug. At this point, Cyborg's still young. Cyborg's head is off and is in like a headlock by Atrocitus, but Atrocitus is confused at first. And then you get the big-eyed Starfire and says, maybe Atrocitus would like the hug. And Atrocitus goes, maybe. And then she goes and gives out and goes, there, pats on the back. And then Atrocitus just throws Cyborg's head behind him. And that is Starfire's version of, that's why Cyborg is missing. And you end up where she says, the end. Did you like it, Robin? Did you like my story? And he's like, there's not really any truth to that, is there? It's not really real. And she goes, well, some of it, is really some, maybe a little. And so he's like, okay, and you? And he points to Beast Boy. What were you doing? And Beast Boy's like, whoa. It was movie night. And then Robin's like, well, why wasn't I invited? And that's what he says. Dude, you're a movie talker. You're never invited. But says, yeah, we're there and we were getting some things and the movie night was going on and I was bored and he did fall asleep. Well, then he wakes up, the same proximity alert, and you do have like mirroring panels there where the proximity alert does go off. And what seems to happen in the real deal is it goes off. It makes Beast Boy kind of, what's going on? He's drooling. And then he just fell back asleep and missed the rest. But when he fell back asleep, he thinks it's a continuing part of the scene. So he falls back asleep and has a dream. And the dream is just that he is kind of presenting in class a speech, but the class involves, and it's kind of funny, you have two sides of the aisle, maybe a wink there, villains, and then also the heroes, but he is in his underwear, the classic, oh my God, I'm in school in my underwear. So he ends up, and even then, you have Plastic Man, everybody's looking at him in his underwear, they start laughing. And he's like, oh my God, I got to get out of here. So you figure he's going to turn into a bat or a bird, he's going to fly away. He accidentally turns into an orangutan who's still wearing underwear. And so this whole story devolves. It's nothing about Cyborg anymore. Now you have Beast Boy yelling, this doesn't even make sense because orangutans don't wear underwear. That's like his big, truth that he's figured out from all this. And when they get out of this, him telling the story, you have him like sweating. He's like, whew, that was tough. Like that was close. He says, bro, it was crazy. I couldn't even believe it. And then Robin's just like, Beast Boy, that was a dream. You were dreaming. That wasn't real. And then Raven's like, oh, you're such a dolt. And then Beast Boy goes, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So he has nothing to give, but he was asleep, so he really didn't. So then you end up, and why I like the things like this, not as much, more like the Tiny Titans, but this does it as well. And the cartoon does it good too. You do get little bits of the characters. And when the kids watch it, they do then, even if it's just the tropes of, oh, Beast Boy, he can't pay attention. He's always goofing off, falling. That's fine. But you get other things because then Robin says to Raven in classic, once again, the hard-boiled detective says, okay, so lastly, let's hear your story, Raven. If that's your real name, And she goes, well, actually, it isn't, because she does have that demonic name that really can't be pronounced. She goes, really, it's, and then says that demonic name. That's Robin looks like the Memorex guy, if you're old enough to remember. His hair is all flying back. His face is like really pressed back because of this giant attack of this name. And he's like, oh, okay, never do that again. Just tell me when you saw Cyborg. And she goes, okay. And again, they have been really making fun of her movie night. And she says, well, like everybody said, it was movie night, but it was my turn to choose the movie, and it was the classic. So I chose the classic Rashomon by the Japanese filmmaker Akira Kurosawa. Everyone loved it. And the thing is, though, when she says this, she's telling the story so that you would have everybody. There's Cyborg. He's got a big smile on his face. Starfire has the huge eye smile. Beast Boy's still asleep. He's on the Big Bang chair. And she says, well, almost everyone. I mean, the idea that you're going to tell a lie, you can't ever say that Beast Boy was going to like this. But the proximity alarm went off. And lo and behold, Atrocitus and Dexter came in. There is a big fight that Beast Boy slept through. But what ends up happening is they pretty much defeat Atrocitus and Dexter. But in the meantime, the proximity alert doesn't go off. It keeps beeping. It keeps pinging, ping, ping, ping after they defeat Atrocitus and Dexter. So like, oh my God, is there somebody else? But there isn't. And Raven even says, man, Red Lanterns are the worst next to a alarm that keeps pinging off, because that's real annoying. So you end up, Cyborg says, yeah, I'm trying to make it stop. I can't. I think something's broke, and it is alien tech. So I better use the lab at the Justice League HQ. I'm going to go to the Justice League headquarters to see if it can be fixed, and flies off and says, if I'm not back in time for the snack meeting, tell the others not to worry. And they're all then suddenly stop. And it's very, again, cinematic, where all of a sudden it's Robin there as the hard-boiled detective. He's got both hands on the desk looking. And then you also have Beast Boy like, what? And Starfire is like with half an eye cocked, like, why didn't you tell us this? And you end up where Robin says, why didn't you tell us? And she goes, what? You should have asked me first. And that's the end. It's the when everybody's like, oh my God. Robin like boinks his head on the desk. Beast Boy's like, oh God. And then you have Starfire with both hands, and they're like, geez. And again, very quick, very much like the cartoon, but really tight. I mean, it really is. It's really fun. It really looks like it. So again, I'm going to give it a 9. I really, really liked it. Then in the back deal, there is an extra backup. I'm not going to go through it because it's more of a preview for a new Teen Titans Go trade. It's like a trade new graphic novel coming out called Teen Titans Go on TV. So that's kind of cool. But the main story, it was really good. It's fun. And it is one of those things, even as an old fogey like me, an old man, I can read it because it actually is like a really good palate cleanser. It makes me giggle a little. And I do sit there. I mean, legit, I do sit there and think, man, I wish my kids were small again and I could actually read it to them. They would enjoy it, but they're not paying any attention to me now. And I don't know that my kids ranging from 18 to 31 are really going to enjoy it. But maybe they would. Maybe they actually would be like, oh, man, I used to like that. And actually, it's one of those things that I bet maybe Logan or Rafe, they might read this and then just want to watch a couple Teen Titans Go. And that's how it plays out. Teen Titans Go is a really fun show to just have on. It's not going to blow your mind or anything. It was always something that we would have on in the background at points and things like that. And it was always good because then you just look up and get a joke, a gag, and you laugh. And that's kind of how this feels. So I'm going to give it a 9. Again, it's not anything like any other books that we're doing on this podcast this week or whatever, but it's actually really well done and really funny. So with that, we're going to go off and we're going to finish up the podcast. Some of these books that we're going to finish up with are fun, but for the wrong way. But we're going to go off, I believe right now, we're going to start off with Two-Face. And we are back, and I'm here with Tom. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
I didn't say what up. I said what's going on. I'm changing it up.
Did you call me my man, Tom? Or did you
no,
say, okay.
no.
Oh, wow.
And legit, though he never listened to, people don't realize. Now I'm going to reveal. Saying my man was always a joke with Eric because he hates that.
Yeah,
and so when I started doing things, it just ended up. And even before, like there was a person that we used to talk to at points, and this guy would say to Eric, "Hey, what's up, my man?" And he hated it. He hated it. So when I first started doing it, I don't know why. It wasn't like I was thinking, I'm going to, but it came out that way.
Yeah.
And then I was like, ooh, that's good. If Eric hears this again. And then when that one time I called him, oh my goodness, when we went to do a YouTube video, I'm like, I'm here with my man Eric. It's like, he hated that. He hated that so much. But here we are. But for now, you are my man.
Oh,
there you go. And I say that, not as a diss on everybody that is on. That is a term of endearment, I would believe. It is the idea, too, even when Eric and Dr. Matt ended up pointing it out, that even with Eric, there were things I would say exactly the same. It's like trigger words to just get started. There was always those. And they usually have to do with what song would go into a section, and then I'd have a phrase that I'd say, it is Eric Shea, like stuff like that, and then we'd get going. I need trigger words, but here we are, and me and you are going to do Two-Face. It's not a book that I've been loving. Me and you have talked about it when Eric left. This was a book that I said, hey, can you read it? And you did, and then had to read it again today to catch up with it, because, again, you're like me. You said that if you read something all in a row, it doesn't hit.
It doesn't
read
stick,
it individually. But and I get it. Yeah, individually each month. And sometimes I can't remember if the book is a book that doesn't sink in. But if you read it all in a row, which I'm doing a lot of books now, especially at Marvel, I get it, because things just swirl around. And then you're like, what happened last, whatever. So you actually went and reread the series to get into this, which is supposedly the penultimate issue. And so with that, it actually plays out well, because I think reading into this issue, it's kind of lost its focus. I think it's lost its narrative of what was going on. And then since you had read, you even brought up some things that legit I forgot. Last issue, you had his mother and of the mind and things, of everything in this issue. Again, it does feel like, okay, he realized now it's not going to go any further, so he has to do it. But I think that these people, and I think sometimes even like a Tate Bromwell, I said before, a lot of these things are presented as, we're going to give you 6 issues, and if it's good, then we'll continue. But people have to start writing to have exits easier than they do, because books aren't lasting as long. Even if you get to 50 issues now, people are like losing their minds. And some of these series that we're doing certainly are past 60 or 50 issues, but that's with 5 creative teams. Like, if it's one person, like the idea that Tom King, I'm going to get to 100. He says he did. He's, doing the math of all the minis and stuff like that. But Joshua Williamson, you have to give him credit. He got to 100 plus for Flash.
Was it 100 on Flash?
Yeah, he got it. And the big thing when it happened was it was so low key, because he didn't trumpet it. He ended up, and I know he's probably very proud of it, but he didn't come out and say, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. Like Tom King, almost like, and legit, if people want to argue with me about it anymore, whatever. When Tom King said it's going to be 100 issues, he said it. DC didn't say it. He said it almost like he had hijacked them.
Look, I'm still bitter that he claims he's written more Batman comics than any other writer, and that's just not true.
Yeah, he's. I
think
crazy.
It's Doug Minch.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Yeah.
He ends up again. I think that where you go, Joshua Williamson, he has his issues. He's a little flighty and he loses track, but I think that he's a bit more confident. Tom King, with all the accolades, I think he lacks a little confidence. He has to present those sort of things and whatnot. It's something that it does annoy me. But back to this book.
Yeah, it all comes back to Tom King.
Yeah, it does. But again, the idea of getting a story and presenting some things, and I'll admit, the things that he's presenting are pretty cool. They actually are some pretty cool concepts, especially from a guy, Christian Ward, who's normally an artist.
Yeah.
So but that's the thing. I don't think he quite has the deal of presenting them in a progression that can hit. He's learning, though. I'm telling you, with all the things that I'll say about this issue and whatever, this is getting better. It's better than, this isn't something that I read and I thought is complete garbage.
No, I didn't either. I actually think it's one of the better. So it's one of the slightly better issues in the series. And
even the series itself, it's not that I think it's awful.
Yeah.
I just think that it's not giving you the oomph that it should with the ideas being presented. It's more an idea man who just can't pitch it as well as maybe a normal writer. And it's a shame. Maybe he could have had somebody co-write. Maybe that's the thing. But you're not going to want to do that. You want to do your own thing. And as an artist, to be a writer, you're a writist, artist, writer. That's big. I mean, that is big. If you can then just rely on yourself and go forward. Now, he's not doing the art on this, but he did on his other Black Label deal. And so there are ideas here enough that if you got a pitch, it would seem pretty cool. Like, let's green light it.
Well,
but it lost track of itself.
I mean, I don't know about you, but to me, this feels like it's kind of got a Fight Club feel to it with like, Two-Face doing some things behind the scenes and putting like safeguards in play for when he's locked away in the mind of Harvey Dent.
Very much Fight Club.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. And so that's kind of cool. Right?
Yeah, I think that is very cool. I think that's a cool because Two-Face would lend to that kind of motif of like, a Tyler Durden locked away. But it doesn't seem like that's the big part of this issue because all of a sudden we get the cliffhanger. Well, actually, it doesn't. It's not even the cliffhanger. Where
it should have been.
It should have been. Yeah, where it's revealed that this new villain, Die, is Two-Face's daughter. Question mark? I don't know. I mean, I guess.
I think she disappears. I think she's gone. And the idea where you reveal this and says, what took you so long? Dad? Cliffhanger. Mm-hmm. That should be the cliffhanger.
Exactly.
And at that point, we're at page 18. I'm looking now, or whatever, 17, 18. Like, just put a little bit extra in that. That should be like the big cliffhanger would be, holy shit, is that really his daughter? Because he has like Dula Dent, but this is a new character. Mm-hmm. We'll get to her. It's a little eye rolling, but and I say rolling, that might be a pun. But the idea of all this is just weird. But again, the white church, that seems to get blown up. Yep. The Shadow Hand isn't really doing anything because of the idea that Two-Face now and Harvey's afraid of this, and it just kind of lost track of everything and really becomes the idea of Lake Cantwell being this great girl who will do anything for Harvey, but is she a fangirl? And I'm like, that wasn't the interesting part of this.
It's I don't know. Her character just kind of got shoehorned into this with not a lot of development.
She seems just like somebody who just showed up and you don't really care about because of the idea that there wasn't a lot of development.
So, it kind of feels, I don't know if you watched the Penguin TV show.
I have not.
To a degree, it feels like it's aping that a little bit or playing on some ideas where like a normal person gets thrown in cahoots with, this big Gotham villain.
And it's weird because, again, she's there and it's like, it almost feels like and the character's name is Die, shows up, oh my God, and the big play is not Harvey's daughter, Two-Face's daughter. Yeah. And then you almost get the play that you wish or want to see, like Lake Cantwell was there, like she had a horrible childhood and Harvey was there for at one point before and something that you would connect like, oh, she's looking at Harvey as a father figure and this is it, but it's not. It's just that and even goes into this where it seems like Harvey's like, man, she could have been a good lawyer and I'm I'm like, I don't know. That's not character progression. It's right. Too late.
He even says, I've come to look at her as a daughter.
Yeah, that's
but we've never seen any of that.
And that's what
issues.
You need. You needed a connection like that. Like he did something or helped. But she just kind of showed up and has been there. And at one point was like, oh, she gets the coffee. And then she's just, but now because he's desperate, he needs her to be this proxy because he says he has to chain himself up to a radiator. Even at one point, he's like making pentagrams. He's like, I'm trying all these things to keep. And he has gotten this separation of Two-Face and Harvey. The way that it's playing here is as if, Christian Ward thinks that we don't know that. But there's other books. And even as soon as the Detective Comics Ram V that has dealt with this in different ways. Then it's just weird, but I'll give you the credits. It is Two-Face number 5, written by Christian Ward, art by Fabio Veras, colors by Ivan Placencia, letters by Hossein Atsmal Elhal. And the associate editor is Jessica Barbie, Rob Levin as the editor. And you have this whole play at the beginning, and it should have actually, at this point, maybe recap the series a little bit more.
Well,
you do
especially
have the Shadow Hand, but
especially since last issue was a fully of the mind issue, so we weren't dealing with any of the Shadow Hand or any of this plotting. So I think a little recap would have been nice.
Yeah, and so. This is where he's like, it's verging on months since my other half's nighttime activities came to light. And you're like, okay, we even have like a little bit of a time jump. The idea that that's kind of shut down. And hey, I've been searching for Two-Face, but I'm afraid he's going to pop out, so I've chained myself up to a radiator.
A radiator.
Yeah. Like, and I'm going to end up at one point. It did look like when you're there, and he's like chained up to this thing, and it looked like what was that Black Snake Moan or whatever that one movie was with Samuel L. Jackson and Christina Ricci at one point. But you end up where he's like, yeah, and I send Lake Cantwell to go and do my thing with the way, and they're looking at her as the face of me, and I'm inspiring this. I'm like, I don't know about that. And that's why you do have Di who shows up as like, where's Two-Face? But nobody else seems to really mind. And she has, her thing, her earpiece, but also another earpiece in to say, like, he's giving her, the Cyrano de Bergerac.
Why are these criminals listening to her at all?
That's what I'm saying.
It didn't even seem like they wanted to listen to Two-Face that much.
And so she's there, and it feels like at this point we're just going to change it up to this, but it doesn't really make sense because Great White Shark's there, and they're like, hey, I end up where I just had a bad financial thing and he owes money, and it's not even that interesting. And in fact, you don't even go anywhere with it because it's not. And I actually thought we were going to play that game of case of the month and deal with that, and then that leads to more and more, but that kind of got pushed aside too because this is just here just for a prop. It's to show just that Two-Face is not involved, but he is. And so she's there. I mean, what you could have is just might as well have a video screen of him, Zoom calling in the thing. I mean, why, what's going on? And she's like, yeah, that's bull crap. And then it all gets broken into. All of a sudden, this girl shows up who looks like a rootin' tootin' cowboy Las Vegas gambler. And looks a lot like a Harley Quinn.
I actually kind of like her design, other than the stupid dice on her belt.
On her belt,
yeah.
Like she does have like the Han Solo swinging low of the belt, but then there's this one die there.
I like that jacket.
Yeah,
she's
that's
wearing.
Pretty cool. Also, like it's funny because maybe have two dice, like it was hanging on the car, whatever. But this one die.
No, it just looks like something you hang on your dashboard mirror.
Yeah, that's the deal. And she comes in and is like, hey. Before I start making things a little lively here, and even comes in meta, this story needs more Two-Face. Hey, what's going on? Where's Two-Face? And Two-Face is watching. He's watching all this video, and he is, talking to Lake, and he's, no, not her. And then you're like, who the hell?
Well, and he doesn't realize who she is. He just has like some sort of subconscious memory of her because Two-Face knows her.
Yep. Yeah. So, and you even have, the word bubble is a little more like Two-Face deal. So it's like, it's almost pushing him out.
Do you like his beard? Do you like his beard growing on half his face?
The beard on the opposite side. It's so ridiculous. It's so bad. It's like, muscle memory means she's danger. That's where I'm telling you, look, you see with the radiator.
You're right.
He's actually chained up to like moldable things. One looks like the leg of a table.
Yeah.
That's not holding anybody.
No, he just lifts it.
He's going to tip the table. Yeah. But the ones the radiator made me laugh. And he's just sitting there. I'm like, where does he go to the bathroom? Maybe in the Chinese cartons. But he ends up where he's like, oh, no, this is trouble. And so this girl ends up and and there's Gavel and, the judge. And they're like, you have to get Gavel, remove this girl. And she's like, well, life is chaos. You might as well toss a die. And I'm like, this is so over the top.
What? She just throws it in her hands. It doesn't even look like she rolls it.
Yeah, she puts it in her hand. That's not good. And she goes, 45, Jesse James, bang, and shoots Gavel.
What was her plan if it was a 4-3?
No. Again, it's this weird play because this is the problem. She rolls the die a couple times, right? The dice, and always ends up with her shooting or blowing up something. You never get her. You need to show where she's like, because Lake, what the hell? What are you doing? Oh my God. She's like, listen, baby. And I'm telling you, the whole thing is chaos and dice.
Yeah.
And she's like, and then has to explain, don't you know, 45, it's called Jesse James because he was killed with a 45. And now it's part of the vernacular of the dice. I'm like, I don't think anybody cares about dice jargon.
No.
Again, if you have a villain like this, what you do is like, look at the dice or whatever. You don't explain it. You don't need to explain it. And so she never rolls like, snake eyes. That means I have to leave.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Shit. Yeah, well, that's the thing, too, is like it's chaos, but everything goes her way for it.
Everything
so
goes her way.
Really
This is
sense.
the problem. This is where, when you have a villain like this, I'll even bring up Mary Jane Jackpot over at the worst, where she had a jackpot, like, and it's because of the, hey, you hit the jackpot tiger deal. It's so eye rolling. But, you have a slot machine, you get the jackpot. So she has this gauntlet that, ding, ding, ding. And then whatever that is, that's what her power is. So you'd have the play where she's fighting somebody. Oh, my God, I hope that this is good. And it goes. But the problem was they made it instantly that if she doesn't like the roll, she could roll again. So it throws everything out. You don't get what would happen.
See, I would have liked her just being like, oh, hold on, I need to roll a 45.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, oh, wait. She's like, screw these dice, 45. Yeah. So she's doing that. And you end up where this two-faced narration of like, Di, and her name is Di. Again, she says, Di didn't hesitate to make herself known. Her way of seeing the world. Cantwell, you once described yourself as a two-faced fangirl. You were as frightened to say
Which
it
I don't remember that.
I'm like, no.
I don't remember her ever saying she was a fangirl.
And says, but the same admiration for Two-Face, for Bad Harvey, made Di dangerous. And then she's like, and then said, I had a coin with my system. She had hers. And she's like, you're in the realm of chaos now. I'm going to roll this. And says 36 combinations, only one of them deadly. You just rolled a 45 and shot a guy in the gut.
Yeah.
And then ends up rolling 6-1, and then everything blows up.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
And it says 6-1, and you're done. So is it just rhyming? Me and you don't know if that. I think now you need an explanation. I don't know dice jargon.
All right, if we wanted to get really nitpicky, I actually think it's two combinations because one could be a 6-1 and the other could be 1-6.
And the problem is, 4-5 and 5-4 already got you to shoot a guy, and then later she ends up like she has a lot of combinations. It's not like it's a certain situation where it's like, okay, well now I have to roll a 6-1. Like if it was some weird shit.
No, it's just weird. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's not very fleshed out what her dice deal is, and I don't understand why he wouldn't have tried to make it a little bit more solid for introducing a new character who is potentially Two-Face's daughter.
I'm telling you, I'm looking up what is 6 and 1.
Are you finding it?
Dice? No, it just gives me the probability of the deal. What's the probability of rolling a 1 and a 6? And it's like, okay, well, it says there are 2 that have a 1 and a 6. So the probability is 2/36 or 1/18. It's nothing. I don't know. Maybe some people will know, like, oh, man, that's called the fire hand. Because even you said, like, 7, that's supposed to be lucky.
Yeah, I'm not a gambler, though, so I don't know.
I'm not either. So she's yelling this, and this is all you're getting. And now she blows up the white church. I mean, she just showed up a page ago, and these dice and all this stuff. And, like, oh, she said, she was there to find Two-Face. She wants Two-Face. She was there to destroy the white church. Things unraveled fast. I don't know. Keep your calm. And talking to Cantwell and trying to figure things out. And then you end up with trash talk because Harvey at the one point, he's flipping the coin while she's
Which
talking
I don't
about
understand
dice.
why. I don't understand why he needs to be flipping the coin to be able to go save Lake Cantwell.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess he always puts it to the coin. He is afraid that if he goes, it's going to revert to Two-Face. But at this point, you should be doing things, whatever. And you end up where then Di just starts talking, hey, you think I'm protecting him like this? He told me that if he disappeared, I was supposed to find him. And then the part where Lake says, you don't know me, my life, or what I was born into. I don't either. And then says, you think I'm scared? I didn't even flinch. I'm like, I don't know what this crazy thing, and sets up a deal. My mom was a gambler. Like, now we get the idea. Oh, my mom was a gambler, and the idea where she would do anything. So I'm setting up this whole play that if you roll the dice. If you roll a 6, you could come shoot me. You roll a 1, you let us go. And then anything in between, I'll tell you where Two-Face is. And she's like, I like them odds. And that's where she's like, I'll take it. And I knew you might. My mom was a gambler. She put me and my dad through hell. This is the only thing that we're getting of character work. And it's too late. And it's very specific. She could be lying. But even so, you end up where she then rolls the dice. And then to get this, somehow, Lake Cantwell just has a pocket full of dice.
Oh, I think there's a panel where she's looking at a big pile of them.
That's the thing is, with this, it does set up that the white church suddenly has like a crap table in it. Yeah, that's what it was. That's the deal. So so what she does is basically says, you roll whatever, and then just throws a bunch of dice in with it. You don't know what dice is yours. Now, the thing that I would get is since you have Two-Face, it's a very particular coin. He scratched out the deal. I would think that this dice would look a little bit different because it's her deal. But she's like, oh, damn you. I don't even know what to think. And then ends up finding her die on the floor, which I think is a party foul that shouldn't count. She'd have to roll again. That's bullshit. And she's like, oh my God, a 6. And then shoots Lake. And then, but where's Harvey dead? She's going to now stab her with her Bowie knife. Two-Face shows up, grabs her by the arm and says, I'm here. And then the guy goes, what took you so long? Dad? And I'm like, this is just a soap opera.
Yeah, then she realizes that it's, you get the confusing of, her being like, you're not my dad. And then, her realizing that Two-Face is locked away. She can't even get to him.
And she gets upset. Where is he? What did you do to him? Where is he? That's my dad. That's a cool concept of having a daughter showing up, and it's Two-Face's daughter, who even then, Harvey has this like lurching deal, and even get the idea that Two-Face might be afraid of her or whatever, but you kind of get that play here, but you really don't, because it's just thrown at you, and I think that should have been the cliffhanger. Then we would have been discussing, oh my God, well, that's kind of cool. Now, again, we probably would have said, well, next issue, we only have one issue, whatever. But in the meantime, she kind of just, we lose track of her. Like, it almost feels like she just left. Like, she went because they're all trying to save everybody in this way. The thing's burning down. It got blown up.
Look, you can say that this is nitpicky, but I think this is just bad plotting and storytelling.
I think it's bad plotting, storytelling, and pacing.
You have this huge confrontation between Di and Lake Cantwell, and all of the guys have disappeared. And you can say that it's because the building blew up, but then Harvey has to go and save them. So all of these guys are still in the building. None of them have guns or weapons to take on this normal girl who just has dice and a gun.
Great White Shark would have eaten her head.
Yeah.
And even then, they were there. It was all the gangsters that were owed money. They were gangsters. And you would have thought everybody would have pulled out a gun.
So I don't need a huge explanation of why that happened, but I do need something that shows people left the building or something like that. Otherwise, the story just...
There's one panel where they're running, but you're right. Two-Face has to go back and save them.
He has to go back and save them.
They should have had that panel. They're trying to make it that Harvey's a good guy, whatever. And also, Gavel got shot right in the gut. He's actually he has his hand to his gut, but he's in trouble.
It's just sloppy storytelling, in my opinion.
Yeah, and even that, like, you could have had, like, Chance, I keep wanting to call her, Di comes in.
Oh, that'd be a good name, Chance.
You could have played the whole deal, though, of saying, like, who are you? Oh, I'm Lake Cantwell, I'm this. Well, listen, you're nothing. She says that, but then have it where Di says, all of you leave. This is between me and her, because she's jealous, thinking that. And even the play where it does go, where Two-Face shows up and she's like, where's Two-Face? That should be where she really flips out and really goes after Lake. You're the one who did this. You convinced her. And it's not true. But I think that's who she got. But she's already gone at that point. And even then, at that point where it's, hey, what took you so long, Dad? And then when she's like, wait a minute, where's my dad? Where's my dad? And then she just kind of like goes down to her knees and everything fades away. Like she just burned up. And then you're saving people. And when I look, like, it's so, you don't have a really detailed deal. You see, some of the guys look like there's like a rapper running, like,
and
I
like
they don't look like the guy with the coat there. You don't have what look like gangsters that were hanging out. You see one gangster hat flying, and then Harvey is actually going like, "Come this way," but it also looks like he's backhanded the one guy. But I don't see Di. He should be taking Di out. And then the progression, how this has been with the mother last issue, with the deal of how many people has Two-Face hurt and Harvey because of this combo, but in a way of it's more personal, not just, as a villain deal. But, you were kind of going that way last issue with the mom stuff and seeing how bad his, childhood was. And yet you go to this. And remember, that was like redoing some things as well that I didn't really love. But that at the end, you're just like, he's taking care of Lake in this, pseudo hospital where villains go. But there's not really anything to it. You had that big play of, oh my God, a daughter. And this might be, but then you kind of like just go with a, hey there. And he said, like you said, kind of like a daughter. So he's kind of treating her, but where's Di? And maybe she should be there too. And then he goes to talk to Batman.
Yeah. And that's the cliffhanger, that he goes to Batman to pitch him something, and Batman says, "I'm listening."
And he always listens to Harvey, especially when Harvey's trying to make Harvey the deal. And I don't know what is it could be as crazy as him like, can you give me father advice? Like I do that, and Batman's like, really? Like every one of my sons ended up dying. I mean, seriously. But or it could just be that I think that because and it's next closing arguments. That's a good idea for the ending, but. The idea that I think Harvey's going to say, listen, I tried my best, and things just always go wrong. I thought I could be DA again. Batman's like, really? And then he's like, I hope that I can keep Two-Face down, but I don't know. And I think it just ends ambiguously.
I hope it doesn't. Because I like hero Two-Face and I like villain Two-Face. But what I would like to get away from is so much of focusing on the conflict between the two of them. I would like it to be established one way or the other for a little bit going forward. I think we've dealt with too much of these kinds of stories with Two-Face lately.
We've had the same thing over and over.
Do you like hero or villain Two-Face more?
I like villain Two-Face. I think that because that's the problem is you're never going to get just when it's Harvey. It's this. It's, oh, man, I got to keep him at bay, but, bad Two-Face. And then you do get Batman with the idea of, oh, it's a shame, we were best friends. Like, you have that. So I do like that. And I do like where Batman has that soft spot for Harvey, but he has to go after Two-Face anyway because it's Two-Face and he separates him and things like that. So I like the villain Two-Face. But we had that Tomasi deal where he had the bullet, and that's what deal we had the thing with the asthma and that nonsense in the Detective Comics, and it keeps on being something that it always does revert, and then but it never reverts, and then we have 5 years with what it's always reverts. Still, just this next thing where anybody who does Two-Face now has to deal with, oh, we want to heal him, or he might get healed, but then he doesn't. Maybe just go full out.
It's just always that. It just never, it never settles down to something.
Yep. It's a lot of these characters. That's what happens.
That is true.
Even like your heroes, Jason Todd, like a lot of these heroes just get stuck in this rut where every writer has the same story. They're just going to twist it a little, and then you end up with the same thing at the end. So yeah, it's a shame, but it's not bad. This issue isn't bad.
No, I don't think
some
it
of
is.
the issues drove me nuts at the beginning. What are you doing? Whatever. It's just like you said, the storytelling, what came before, and everything just makes the series not as good as it could be.
It's there's really good ideas here, and I feel like I've been saying that a lot with some DC comics, and I think they need to stop giving this idea of it's a mini series, but it could not be if it sells well. I think they need to really
tell them exactly what
they've got.
How about this? It's a 6-issue mini. If it sells well, in about 5 months, we can come back with a sequel.
Right, exactly.
That's what it should be. It shouldn't be the dangling of we can make this because it's going to mess up because you're always that 3-issue deal. So when you tell them, oh, it's not selling, now you've set up shit that you have to, oh, now I got to spend my time doing this, and then things suffer. Instead of just a set 6 issues, they should do that. But I do give them a little credit of at least they're going with the idea if something isn't doing well, it'll go away.
It's true.
It should be that 6 issues because they're not going to. There's hardly any. Vigilante back in the day got canceled. It was a 6-issue mini. I think it got canceled at 3 issues. It was that bad. It was horrible. But they're still going to do the 6. So just tell them 6-issue mini. And then we'll see what happens. We can come back with it, whatever. But yeah, it sucks. But what would you give it?
I think I would give it. I like the art overall. I mean, it's not incredible, but I think it does pretty good storytelling, and it's inoffensive to me. And yeah, I think the plotting is decent enough, but I didn't really love the Dye character. But yeah, I guess
a prop.
Yeah, I guess I would just give it a 6 out of 10.
I'm a 6.
I think there is good stuff there.
Yep, I'm a 6 out of 10 as well. Again, it's one of those where people will. Everybody looks back at anything, and there's always going to be a certain. Oh, it sucks. It didn't go further and whatnot. I'll probably forget about this.
I'll forget about it.
But if somebody brings it up, I'll end up. I know what I'll think is just. Oh yeah, that was that one with the Harvey and the prison deal that kind of got pushed aside, and it could have been good, but never got there.
Yeah.
And then people will blame and say, oh my God, it's because it got canceled early or whatever. But you got to tell a story. You got to do it. And especially when they say the idea of writing for the trade is such a thing like, oh my God, that's like a really like a bad thing to say. But these new, they're not even writing for the trade. I don't know what they're writing. They're writing for whatever. I don't know. And so it's a shame.
It is a shame because I don't think these companies are doing writers any favors because they're encouraging lazy storytelling.
Yeah. They seem to just want books out. And again, the idea writing for the trade is bad when things seem extended to push it out. But they're writing. They should write for the trade, meaning they should condense this and tell one story in the 6 issues. But it's a troublesome thing. But you said that the idea of saying, and we said about Dark Patterns is what I thought about the idea of really good ideas, but we're not loving the progression and how the storytelling goes. I've been saying a lot is I'm just confused. I'm so confused. The last 2 weeks, there's like 5 books where I'm like, I don't know not even knowing what's going on, but why?
Yeah,
like,
well, you guys do
happening?
some trash books.
Yeah, it's the thing. And this week, just to shout out, we did end up getting a bunch of requests recently of the idea of why aren't we expanding the Marvel show? Because we're expanding the DC show. So we are going to do it, but there's a lot of crap. There's a lot of crap overall. It's not.
Well, we were talking, I mean, I
sometimes.
think with tariffs and comic book prices increasing, narrowing the line down does not sound like a bad idea for everyone.
Yeah, we'll see. I do like the idea that Tom Brevoort over at Marvel, they're like, why is there so many books? He's like, oh, that's what the lawyers and the bean counters want. He was honest. And then people were upset, but I'm like, he's being honest.
That is the problem, too, is that not everything falls on them. They are owned by very large
they have to do what they're told.
Multimedia companies that, have a lot of say.
It's a shame. But because it was the X line. They're like, oh, with the X-Men books coming out after Krakoa, are there going to be less books? He's like, nope, there's going to be the exact same amount, maybe more. And they're like, what? And it's like, that's what, and he did say, the bean counters. It's true that, that sort of thing, they need to do it. But unfortunately, you need, it's quantity over quality. If you get a set amount of sales you need, nowadays you're going to have 10 more books to do that. But before, so it's a shame.
Yeah.
But with all that, thanks for joining me.
Absolutely.
My man, Tom. And we'll be going off now to talk Batgirl with me and Jared. And I am here with Jared from Comics League. What's up, Jared?
How you doing?
Oh, lovely. Just lovely. This week was crazy. Me and you, there's like 3 times we were going to record this, and each time I had to bail.
It's all good.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. So even at the end of the last issue we were talking, everything's a scramble right now, but it's getting a little tighter. We have some people. Everybody has the deal. It's just getting through rounds of books to know when and what people are doing. But you're here to talk Batgirl. And we ended up where we're trying to figure out what to talk about this week. And most of the other books, well, first off, this is a weird week for DC. There's a lot of these side books. There's a lot of these other things going on. And in the meantime, a lot of them are like, and I said to you, hey, are you reading Birds of Prey? And you said, oh, I could catch up. I'm like, I don't want you to sit there and read 20 issues of that book. It's not great. So, and then the idea, okay, Batgirl, that's, only 6 issues. So that's what we're going to talk about. And I didn't even ask you like, oh, are you a fan of Cass? I did right before we started recording, but you did tell me you're a fan of Cassandra Cain, which I am as well.
Particularly after this, because because it was 6 issues, I went back and I just read all the other ones to get caught up. But so I like Cass, and I also like her interaction with Shiva in this. So I'm like, I'm liking. This is what happens when you write good mother-daughter interactions.
It must be, and you're not used to that. See, this is the thing. I actually just talked Two-Face, and somehow managed to bitch about Tom King. We're doing this, and it's the same thing. Like,
isn't it funny how other writers do what Tom King does, but way better?
Yeah, it's crazy. But this, and one of the things going in, being a Cassandra Cain fan, the one thing that did kind of pull me back a bit for this series, and I think that one of the things that I'm learning, because a lot of people are catching up to actually talk to me about books, and I'm not a guy who usually, I've been saying this a lot now, so it's kind of, I have been saying it, but I usually hadn't. Oh, it reads better in trade. Oh, it's because I don't normally read trades. We end up in Utah, a lot of stuff as well. But for me, when I'm doing things, there's just too much going on that I'm not going to have time to say, okay, I'm going to go for no reason except enjoyment, read Batgirls in trade then. But when you end up doing that, some of these things do have a better feel to it because you just go boom, boom, boom. In this book, the one thing that was kind of the play of pulling me back a little was the progression. You didn't progress a lot each issue. You were kind of going on a train and things, but it was to deal with Cass and her mom. But a lot of times when you get Cass, Shiva will follow, and you do get the basic, hey, the bat's making you weaker, all this, which does happen in this, but there is more. And I think that this issue, while very talky, and that's another thing with Cass that a lot of people aren't used to right now, is that she does talk a lot, but it's not bad. And what I did say to you before we started was Tate Bromhall, when this book was announced, he kind of on the sly, this wasn't an official announcement. And in fact, I heard about it and I had to search it out to actually find when he said it. But he said, listen, everybody, I'm on Batgirl, pretty cool, but it's a 6-issue mini unless it sells. And we just talked about it with the Two-Face book, which actually isn't going to continue. They're doing that a lot. In fact, I think that Chris Condon even said later, hey, this Green Arrow was going to be 6 issues, but it sold well, so it's continuing. So you end up with this was going to stop. And where I'll give Tate Bromhall credit is you could have just stopped at this issue and you're like, okay, so, and leaving some things open to come back to or whatnot. But it does have a definitive ending where a lot of these others aren't. And I did like that. I liked it at the end. I'm like, and it's classic. I mean, to end a thing and have somebody riding off into the darkness in a motorcycle, I'm like, you did it. That's the deal.
Yeah.
But yeah, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say it's kind of exactly because that's the way to do it if you're not entirely sure yet. If you're going to get more stuff, just give your thing, give your current story a definitive ending and then set up future stories so that it's not like all of a sudden you're starting from scratch again.
You set up, and then if they're like, oh my God, the trade sold well a year from now, and they're like, we're going to get the second volume, you already set it up, and people, you want to end this sort of thing with people asking DC to continue it, like, oh my God, I want to see what that's about, please, and then you have groundswell of support and things, and lo and behold, some things do end up continue, not a ton, but some do. That Hellblazer book, Cy Spurrier's deal, that came back because a lot of people in it, and it's sold in trade. I'm not a big fan, but they end up, it was one of those things. And I'll get you a little mad right here. Tom King, back in the day, and I can't remember the book now. Oh my goodness, I'm going to talk about this. It's the book with his space book back in the day. I'm telling you, it's so out of my mind. But that got canceled.
Omega Man?
No, Mega Man. Yeah, Omega Man got canceled. And then a lot of people were like, oh my God, that should come back. And I was one of them. I actually was enjoying it.
Why?
So I was like,
why?
Oh man, because it stopped in a weird way. And I ended up, oh my God. Then it came back and I didn't like the second half. I was like, oh, it fell apart.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
That was the point where I was, didn't mind. I was never like the biggest Tom King fan, but I didn't mind Grayson back in the day. Once he got on Batman, I slowly and surely stopped liking him because of his thing. But Omega Man, I actually was enjoying, and I was like, oh man, like this should continue. And I ended up being one of the ones that I even, at that point, even was talking to Dan Didio and ended up sending him a message. Not that made it come back. I wasn't the only one that did it, but I actually said, oh, it's pretty cool. It was like Star Wars at these theaters. Now I realized, but yeah, at one point, that just shows you, at one point, Tom King just lost it for me. And again, it was Batman. And I'll tell you right now, it was what a lot of people like. It was that, Brave in the mold leading into the jokes and riddles, and I was done. I'd seen his tropes, and I was done. But again, if you end something and you have it intriguing, you're going to have people want it, and maybe you get it back. So that's a pretty cool way of playing it. But I'll give the credits, and then we'll actually jump into this issue. It is Batgirl number 6. It is written by Tate Bromhall, Takeshi Miyazawa on art, Mike Spicer on colors, Tom Napolitano on letters. It is edited by Jessica Barbie and Rob Levin, group editor. So we start off with them both hanging. Cass, they're hanging around. Cass and Shiva, they're hanging. So it forces them to talk pretty much, right? So they're there. And it's funny that Cass is like, she gets the one that's, upside down. Because she was just there, but it's kind of like to get them face to face in that weird way. And it does go by the idea of, hey, I know, I'm your daughter, but you screwed me, all these things going, and then gets worse. But Shiva's all business and has been saying and has said at one point, you were my soft spot. like you're the one that kind of made me go, and it seems like since then she was almost playing the idea of like I have to make up for lost time, like, and it's been a while, but still she's pretty hard. But you can tell she does love, and Cass especially. You know that she loves Shiva, but she hates Shiva, and that's kind of the play that I like. How about you?
Yeah. It's kind of like it's because they have a very complicated relationship, and but I also like how she refers to Bruce as father. It's like Bruce has been more of a parental figure for her throughout her life, and it is really like cool because this whole series is basically them trying to reconcile their past and maybe have a little bit of a mother-daughter thing.
Yeah. And the problem is Shiva, like from the beginning, Shiva actually is like, look, daughter, I'm not all bad. Look at me. Because remember at the beginning, it was even the idea of the cult of Shiva and stuff like that. And Shiva seemed to care about them a little bit. And Cass was thrown off by that. Cass was like, oh my God, like, I know you're using them. Like, and she kept wanting to find that hook, that, that twist of, oh, you're doing this. And even as you had more and more people teaming up with Shiva, it just kept being cast like, oh, no, they're bad or whatever, and had to do this. The problem is like Nissa and all them, they kind of got lost in the shuffle. That ends up where as the big fight goes and leads back to just Shiva and Cass, I get it. But then you end up where this whole Unburied, we find out, and especially by this guy that you really think of him as being one of the big villains, and kind of says, listen, just kind of comes in and says, hey, he apologizes. And I was like, what's going on with this guy? Like, and he says, I'm not a bad guy. I'm actually like a hero under here. You're a hero above. I'm sorry, but your mom done messed things up. It was Ra's al Ghul that started this whole crazy stuff, but your mom especially, she's the one that ended up kind of waking us up and making us do this because we wanted peace. But this whole play just fell apart, and it really just goes on, boom, Shiva. And it really is like Cass, like, oh crap, I knew it all along. But even then there's a little bit of gray area in it, which I do like again, but Shiva, I'll give it to you then, because then Shiva just at one point just says, listen, I just got to fight. I'm me, and I do things like this. And she says, I'm Lady Shiva. She says she was always looking for a challenge, and she did this. And the problem is, at the end of it, there really isn't a lot of like reason to say, oh, I get it. I see why you let all those people die. You were bored or you wanted to do this. And Cass kind of loses it and is mad, rightly so. But you go from there because, yeah, this is the whole deal, just to show that Shiva was bad all along.
Yeah. To a certain degree, yeah, she was bad all along. But my favorite line from the issue is, I am Lady Shiva. I am what I am. He's like, what are you expecting me to be? I'm Lady Shiva. You expect me to be some saint?
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, I like the Cass. I wanted Cass to say, but you were kind of trying to tell me you were. But I think it was the idea, in a way, in a layers type of way. I do think that what Shiva's kind of doing is like, I just want you to accept me for what I am, daughter. I'm this. You're my weak, like she says, you're my soft spot, but you're you. And then even then, kind of accepts Cass more than she has. The problem I have is a lot of these stories end up a lot of times just like this, that Shiva comes in. Usually, though, it's in like Detective Comics. You had that with Tynan when you had that, where she comes in, yells, you're weak, you're the bat, and then ends up at the end like, I still think you suck, and leave. This really feels like by the end, at least, Shiva does have a hero moment, which actually is pretty cool by the end, because she just wants Cass. She thinks Cass should get away. She thinks she's kind of bored and wants to fight, but also doesn't want them to kill Cass. But in that, you even have this other guy who comes up, the Jayeshi. And he's been, at the beginning, he kind of got pushed, but he was waiting outside on the motorcycle. And he comes in, and luckily, because at this point it looks like, hey, we're sorry, Cass, but your mom's a piece of crap, and you both got to die. Like, we're going to take you down. We have to do this. And it mentions our leader is even worse than any of us. Our leader wants to see you, and that's the big mystery of who's the leader of the Unburied. And if they're better than these guys, because these guys are pretty bad. And Cass got, beat up by this guy that, oh my God, who's that going to be? But you have this guy, this poor guy, Jieshi, ends up like he's like 3 pages till retirement. It almost feels like at one point. But he comes in, I'll give it to you, because he's like, oh, hey, I saved you. and then snip, that other girl just takes him down, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay. So I do love how like suddenly and off panel it kind of is, and I'm like, where the hell did you come from?
I like that he just wanders in.
Yeah,
and he actually says, I was bored. I was out there on the motorcycle. Okay, I thought that was cool. Then he gets snipped. He's done.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so you go and now they have to escape. So there's gonna be fights, and I do like where they end up, like they get to a cliff and there's that, that crazy underground river deal going, and they're like, what are we gonna do? And like, we're just gonna jump. And then when those other guys jump, they both call them idiots.
Yeah, exactly.
They try to get them. It was kind of funny. But again, all this, and you're right, it's all about the mother-daughter stuff. So it is done well. I think it's done better in this issue, though it is, again, it's a lot of standing around and talking. But I did like it enough. People who are classic Cass fans hate that she talks. She started talking more in the Batgirl's Clunrad book, where she suddenly, and they did, the minute that they jumped on, another, nitpick of mine is the idea that they were in an interview and Michael W. Conrad said, yeah, we love writing 13-year-olds. And then people are like, what are you talking about? They're not 13 anymore. They've had, and they ended up, I miss it. No, they were writing them as 13-year-olds, and it kind of was a step back. So this is like getting back to the deal. But it's I guess a cool thing for the characters if you want to see this, interaction between Shiva and Cassandra. I wanted a little more, but lo and behold, we're going to continue, and I think that's what we'll get then. But in this, you end up where, again, they're just yelling at each other about what they're all about, and if Cass is weak, or if Shiva should be all this, and it kind of reiterates things, but it sets it up for them to try to escape. And then even Batgirl using the bats, that's a big thing. All these things going. It's a good visual as you see the unburied are like, we got to kill these. They went down here. Let's get them. We have them trapped, and you get a pretty cool fight, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the whole bats thing, that definitely gave me major Batman Begins vibes, because I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah, it is. And I like the idea that these guys, they have been in these caves. That's their big thing, but yet they're like surprised about bats.
They're like,
no.
What are you doing?
I'm like, they've been down there all this time. This has to be something they're used to, but they all swarm and they're like, oh my God, and they're going. So you have all that. They all need rabies shots. We end up where, again, you have a big fight and Cass sits there. And again, she's like, sorry, not sorry. Plus, when she is fighting, because of all the people that she lost, because of the unburied. I mean, the unburied, whether or not they come in and say, hey, listen, you're pretty cool, hero there, Batgirl, but it doesn't matter. They killed her friends. It is Shiva's fault for the most part, I guess. But they still decided to kill him. So she goes through and starts beating people up and starts yelling out their names. And Bei Bao, the lady who ran that, was teaching those guys while running a Chinese restaurant. Okay, that's big. But I'm like, Liam, Tony, and I think I remember Van, but Liam and Tony, I didn't remember their names like that. Yeah, I know who they are, but I'm like, okay. And then also by Jay Eshe, who was the final deal. And even as Jay Eshe went down, I had talked and you just read the things, he was real into the idea of people coming back from the dead. He was like really into that. And I really thought that this was going to lead to Lazarus Pits, because we were also talking about Rachel Gold, and it was going to be bringing back his wife, things like that. But now he's dead. So we'll have to see what happens. And maybe the daughter and things like that could be something that develops in there as well. But yeah, you end up where Shiva says, you got to get going. Like these guys are bad. You get going. I'm staying. I'm going to fight him. And you end up, Cass says, come on, let's go. And she's like, no, this is not where my path leads. And it's classic. And says, Shiva yields no more. And I like when people talk about themselves in the third person. Makes me giggle. But she's going to take on that. There's no way, like you're left to think there's no way she could survive, because there's just so many guys, and some of them are mooks, but there's some big deal going here. And she's going to fight him to let Cass get away. So that's the hero turn a bit. But Shiva's like, again, the funny thing about it is Shiva is always going to be Shiva. So she said it, so it plays out. But you give me the ending.
Unless she's written by Tom King.
Yeah, then it'd be wacky. Well, yeah, then she's boxing, fighting. It's ridiculous.
And calling Black Canary white trash. I'm like, Shiva has never talked like that.
No, and Shiva, I hate to tell people who are Black Canary fans, Shiva would straight up kill Black Canary in a second. That's just the deal. That's why I thought that it was eye rolling in the beginning. And also there with Shiva, this fight isn't honorable. That fight with Black Canary, this is. So she'll fight them, and she does what, like the idea can almost get the eye. Oh, she likes a challenge. No, it's again props, and he uses characters out of character all the time. But yeah, she's going to fight the Unburied, and they're mad at her, so they're going to fight her pretty bad too. In the meantime, you can only assume that she barely survived or whatnot, but you end up where Cass goes off, and that's where you have the setup of go and see this guy, go and do that. You know, she does say, ask about the Jade Tiger, find Benjamin Turner. We're going to have to find out who the big leader of this, and that's pretty cool. That's the setup. But what did you think of it?
I really liked it, and again, it's like particularly for someone that I've only ever read Cass in like team up books, like Detective Comics, and any type of time she ever show up with Batman. And this is the first time that I really like got to go into her psyche. And again, reading the past like 5 issues to help. And again, it's nice to read like some good Lady Shiva work because she doesn't necessarily get the amount of attention that she maybe deserves. I would be in favor of like her getting like her own like mini series maybe at some point. But the thing is, it's like it is nice again to get some solid mother-daughter interaction that doesn't like change the character. Like again, Shiva's still Shiva, but you could tell that she still loves her daughter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you know who it reminds me a lot of at times? Talia. Talia ordered Damien to be killed, but then cried for a second, kind of gathered her thoughts, and then said, okay, I'm good. But I like that complexity. I like the idea that it's still a mother who does care. But with Shiva, she's so wrapped up in Shiva that Cass does seem to be that thing. And at points, she plays it out that Cass is an embarrassment. Or why did you go to the Bat family to become a hero when you should be? And Shiva's never going to claim that she's straight up villain. She's doing the things that Shiva does because that's what she does. But I do like that. Now, the problem that I have personally with the series, well, I do think you get it. And I'm glad that you came on. This actually settles my question for all these minis. This is one of the first times that somebody has come on here with some of these newer minis and said that they like the mini to the point where it makes them like the characters in it more. Some of these minis have come out and they end up trying to be too crazy, or they end up trying to change things, or they end up doing these wacky things. But I always keep saying, when Eric was even on, because me and him had talked for 10 years, I know what he likes or whatever. And I would say to him, who is this for? And then he would just say, well, I like it. But I'm like, I'm not saying you would have like, who can come in and, or is it going to get new fans? Or is anybody going to read this and think, oh my God, I think I really like Shiva, and go and read some Shiva to possibly then get a mini and Cass. But if you have been reading Cass, this is kind of a reminder of what we always get. But at the end, it did give you a little more Shiva. I have to admit that in this issue, especially when she stays behind, and she said, and even when she says, I'm Shiva, Shiva does what Shiva does. Like, I'm going to keep doing that. And it's good that you didn't have an ending of like, you know what, daughter, you have convinced me I'm going to go call Batman, and I want to deal. Like, that wouldn't be
I'm
Shiva.
going to join the already massive Bat family.
Yeah, that wouldn't be Shiva. So I'm with you. And again, what I like about talking with a lot of people and coming on podcasts, and one of the big things about podcasts is going on with some people and actually liking an issue more. Now, this is, again, I think people can tell. We had a lot more to talk about in the Tom King. This is a very basic issue. You really do have talk, fight, talk, fight. But at the end, I actually like it more talking to you, because now I get the perspective of somebody who hasn't read a lot of these characters, knows them and likes them, but hasn't read a lot. So I'm like, okay, it did what I always hope these books do, especially with an all-in.
Because here's why. Because yes, this book did some new stuff, but it still felt like Cass and Shiva. It still feels like the character. It doesn't feel like you're changing the character. You're just changing the circumstances that the character is under, and that's the way to do it. You can't change the character.
No, and what I get. I even had this week's Two-Face. Well, what I get, where I know something's crazy when you end up having a story that's supposed to show people the character, whatever. And I'm constantly looking up, is this character a thing? And was that always a thing? And you didn't get that, though. Again, if you are somebody who read, I haven't read everything, Cass, but I've read a lot of the Batgirl and stuff and read a bunch of things where Shiva does show up. So it does feel at points to be kind of a basic, okay, it's Shiva thing. But again, like I said, with your perspective of somebody who ends up liking it because that, hey, I didn't read a lot, but this is definitely, I can tell it's them and it gets me, pumped up. And especially for Shiva, I'll tell you that puts a smile on my face, and I don't smile often because that's what I keep saying about these, books like The Atom Project and things like some of the stories might be okay, but is it getting people to want to read more or read more of the characters? And I think that's missing in a lot of these newer books. But what would you give it as a score?
I would give it a solid, in terms of art, like top tier, like maybe an 8 or a 9 out of 10. In terms of writing, yeah, I would say an 8 out of 10. It's fun.
Yeah, I'm a 7. But
Okay.
again, it's a little less, and I was a 6, and you pumped me up to the deal again because it was. If I was doing this by myself, I would say, well, we got this before, or whatever. But again, maybe that's what this is for. Maybe this, and since it's continuing, now we can expand things. And with that, with what Shiva has, it feels very much. It's like the classic, even like an old karate movie, kung fu martial arts type deal of, go find this, even any adventure story, go find the jade monkey. It feels a lot like that sort of thing. So she goes to find Benjamin Turner, ask about the jade tiger, and then you end up where and I like where she's talking to Cass, and it's very cinematic. Like she's talking to Cass and then just does her deal and says the Maka Kala, guide your, and then just turns around to fight. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool as they come bearing down on her, and Cass drives away and ends up, we're going to find it. And then says, there are the ties that bind us in life and death. And then it's boom. And then you do see that to get up and going next issue, to get to this next deal, we're going to have a history of Lady Shiva again. That might be really cool. And it might end up, and maybe lo and behold, this book might inspire a lot of people to go check out Shiva even more than Cass. So that's a pretty cool deal. So yeah, I'm glad that you liked it. I'm glad that we caught up and you liked it. And I hope you join me and continue that, as well as the Wonder Woman. We'll figure out all
we
the
need
stuff.
Some good books in addition to crap books.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of crap, but that's also the thing. There are good books. You just have to look for them.
Yeah,
sometimes harder than other times, especially in weeks like this. But with all that, thanks for joining me, Jared. Before we go,
Anytime.
let everybody know where they can find you.
And so you can find me at Comics League on YouTube and Comics League JT on Twitter, where I rant about Tom King, and I also campaign for him to get kicked off the book. And you can find me and on Comics League, we're doing a lot of like long form podcasts. Like we're talking about our favorite Wonder Woman runs this week. And next Thursday, I will be having Aaron Sparrow on my show.
Oh, good old Aaron. Are you talking about Doomface? Is that what you're going to be talking about? Yeah,
I'd imagine.
We'll probably talk about a bunch of things there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could listen to the theme song maybe for the Doomface that I did. That is my theme song for that book. So you can check that out at some point. But also, and Jared does a lot of live stuff even on X/Twitter as well. That's where I saw things pop up. So go and follow him so you know when things are going, and also on YouTube. So please go and follow him, and it will be in the show notes on both the video and the podcast. I ended up failing, and I forgot to update the video side of things, but it is all solid now. So we will have that. But thanks again for joining me, Jared. Everybody check him out. And we're going to go off to, I guess at this point, finish the podcast, I think, with Birds of Prey, I think is what we're doing. So we'll go to that right about now. All right. We're ending this whole thing. Weird podcast this week with all of these kind of, I don't know, side books maybe, but we're going to end it with Birds of Prey. I'm here with my man, Zach. What up, Zach?
What's up, Jim?
What up? Part 1 of 5 of this. It's on the run. This is a weird start to a story that really ends up where there's times where, again, there's been times where Simon will yell at me when I say, I don't understand what's going on. He's like, oh, you're a moron. You should know. Then there's times when I'm reading. You actually said it to me before we started, the same thing where I actually was reading. I'm trying to get through it and whatever. And I get to a point, and I'll tell you, I end up losing focus a lot. So there's many a time where I'm reading something and I'll realize, I don't remember the last 2 pages. And everybody's had that happen where you're kind of reading or whatever, and you're like, oh man, like I don't remember. I just kind of page. but I did remember them. I went back and read, I'm like, I just don't know what the hell's happening. The progression in this book and the idea of the story or what we're not getting, I don't know. This book feels like it is missing 5 pages at least at points where it would explain things and they're missing. And I don't know what's happening. And when you end up, some people still go with this idea that this book is good. I think it's ridiculously bad at points. And I'm telling you, I think Kelly Thompson is doing a great job on Absolute Wonder Woman.
Yes.
And I have told people this because I do feel like Kelly Thompson ends up getting attacked because she's Kelly Thompson. I think that there's a lot of people out there that their be-all, end-all of a review is, well, it's Kelly Thompson, and that's supposed to explain it all. I don't like doing that, and I don't want people to think, oh, he just hates, like, whatever. I read every single issue of her Captain Marvel, and I liked a lot of it. I really liked her Black Widow, and I love that Absolute Wonder Woman. This book has been a wreck since it started. It feels like at first she didn't quite know the characters. I told you at one point where she introduced as the big thing, the last reveal of who's going to be on this team, Harley Quinn, and was shocked.
Everybody was like,
and actually,
"Aw."
and I'll give her credit. She didn't say like, "Oh yeah, I knew you." No, she actually tweeted out, "I'm shocked. I thought everybody loved Harley, and it was the TV show, but that's different. A lot of people with but even so, not a lot of people anymore love Harley." And when she's in everything, people get upset. So when they did say, and there was a lot of people with, I hope she's in this. I hope this person's in. And the idea that it was Harley, they were upset and she was shocked. So then you get in that first deal, didn't quite seem to get Wonder Woman's relationship with everyone, introduces Sin as if Sin was something that everybody knew. And even in universe, remember, at one point, nobody wanted to join the team until they felt, oh, Sin's in trouble? I'm like, yeah, this feels off. So
Yes.
we get Majera, we get the whole thing with that. And then going forward, we have the himbos at one point, and there's, their
We had
undies.
Meridian
You
and
had
that
the
other
fashion
time
show,
traveling lady
Meridian.
using the red somehow.
Yeah. And remember, the Meridian even being, like, the idea, if I just say Meridian is maps in the future that is using the green to time travel, none of that makes sense.
No.
It's like, really? And that was never really explained. And then the villain was using the red to time travel, but also tied in that thought Vixen was part of the Birds of Prey, but it's not. And so we even go back to fashion show and this at the end. But in this whole deal is this issue, it's scattered. I don't quite, me and you, when you actually spell out, and if you do like this issue, I dare you almost, spell out, don't just read, spell out exactly the missions that people are going into and center on Barda. And you tell me how a fake suicide that quote unquote nobody wants to solve ends up with Barda in kind of Dubai in a manufactured town that does have a legit one skyscraper that she goes into and it becomes a rocket ship and blasts her in space. That's part
Are
of
you
this
high,
issue.
Jim?
And,
That sounds like you just got
and
high.
that's what it sounds like. And even then, I don't get high. I tell you, I don't smoke any all that. I almost felt like I was by the end. Like I do think I might, just saying that, I think that something has gone wrong. But it is Birds of Prey, issue 20. Again, it could end at 25. This is part 1 of 5. It feels like seems to be going back to something. So it gives me that tinge that it might be ending after this. But Kelly Thompson writing, also actually saying that, I have mentioned to you as well, and the thing that I think is coming into play, just think that in 5 months, where it's around September, where I do think everything's going to change. Everything because of that new #1 of Batman. I think that was the tell. We've already heard that we think that Birds of Prey, or not Birds, Batman and Robin supposedly is ending then. And you have a lot of books heading towards like these, even extending some of these, say a Batgirl or a Green Arrow, that too will probably end around that time. So I think that everything's going to that. So we'll see. But they might play a Marvel that it ends, but just comes back with a new #1, same creative team, which that drives me nuts.
Yeah.
But we'll see. That's for later. But Sammy Basseri on art, Vicente Cifuentes on inks for part of it. And then also Adriano Lucas, colors, Clayton Coles on letters. And you do have Jessica. I can't even read it. I just happened before. This is it.
Is it Burbe?
Yeah,
No,
Burbe. I think it looks. Like
I'm trying to
that.
get to the
font,
credits page.
The font is really. I think it's Burbe. The fonts are all over the place in this. But Rob Levin, group editor.
Yes, it's
You have
Burbe.
April Fool's. Yeah, you have Zoe Thurgood on the April Fool's variant cover. But you end up wasn't it Was it you when you read?
Yes, I was the one who screwed up. I was just in automatic mode. I just kept reading. I didn't stop.
That still wasn't as good as on the Patreon when we were talking about Daredevil, but I'm not going to get into that one.
Don't you dare.
People have to listen to that.
You took it completely out of context.
Funniest thing that I've ever heard you ever say, except that you're a big Declan Shelby fan. But you end up where you start off, and Cass is looking at it. I don't know why she has decided, or they decided, to check this out. I don't remember if there was an ending of last issue. Seriously, I don't remember.
Last issue ended with the freaking ninjas being like, oh yeah, Sin has Megara now. We want to worship her more. That's all we got last issue.
So, but this feels like you're supposed to know where she's looking and why, because it looks like they're bringing a body out, and she's watching this. I don't know why, and then says, he's here. And I'm thinking, you mean the body that's going out? But we find it's Batman. So Cass goes into this apartment. It doesn't look very fancy. I mean, you have some video games going. I'm not going to say that, it must be a young kid, whatever, but it doesn't feel like this is something where you're like, oh my God, it's that person's
a
apartment.
rich CEO
I have no idea.
or whatever now.
Yeah. It looks like, whoever this is, they threw snacks on the floor and crap, and they had a thing, but the idea is it looks like it was a fake suicide, but they don't end up, when they say that, the weird play is, are you saying that somebody killed this person and then faked the suicide to be able to, not be caught or whatever? Or did the person themselves, because I saw a body, it seemed go out. So it like, even at a point, I thought, are you saying like they faked their own deal and you're doing, but it doesn't seem that, you don't really get it. But there's these clues, but we don't know the idea that you're in here and you see one panel of Cass say, I'm in. Oracle, I'm in. Then she looks at a painting, then looks at a paper, another painting kind of in a thing, and saying, oh man, these clues are spread around very fake. But you don't get that because it's just a couple panels. So we're not really playing along. We're being told, these clues. And then, there's clues. They're spread around. And then Oracle goes, like the Riddler? I'm like, the Riddler, that's not, you know what I mean? Like, riddle me this, what has one leg in the morning, that sort of, not like, okay, I'll leave this here and whatever. It just felt weird, the whole play, and then says, no, nothing as weird as that. But you'd be blind to miss it. And even you have the play where there's like a tablet, but it says these clues, I mean, legit clues are, and me and you were talking about this, the clues are, a newspaper article about a thing in Dubai.
Yeah,
or
media mogul
the idea of
going to Dubai.
Japan. The one just says Tokyo, Tuesday, 7 p.m. To me, these aren't really clues. These are like whatever, but they take them as that to then send them. But the one is 5726. You know what that means, Zach. That means...
is it the combination code? Apparently not.
5726, obviously it means that you're in Gotham sewers. Because that's what it seems, because that's not really explained. But you have this where you're just playing, and it feels like, and maybe I could explain it this way for this book. It feels like Kelly Thompson has a story that she thinks is very straightforward, but when she tells it, she's the only one that knows what's going on a lot of the times. Like, it feels like she thinks this is common stuff, or you're easily, but I don't know why you would just sit there and say, fake suicide to somebody we don't know, have no clue what this is and why you were staking this place out, to then say, these clues.
We don't even know the victim's name.
No, we did. And so with that, Batman's there. That's he's here. So then Batman says, and you end up where it's like, hey, there's clues. What, like the Riddler? No, nothing weird like that. But you couldn't miss it. You have to be blind to miss it. Batman says, she's right, a fake suicide. I'm like, what? What? Like, and then he says, but one that nobody is actually trying to get away with. Not with this scene. So the idea, though, is Batman, please, because even when they say it later, these clues are so well laid out like this. It's not that the person wants to be caught. It's obviously a trap. You're setting these things up to either separate the team, or I still don't get the jumping to conclusions of the things, but Batman just says, they're not trying to get away with it. As if these clues are like, that's the person right there, but it doesn't seem that. And Batman just says, you got this. Okay, I'm out. This is a birds of prey thing. No. Stay involved, because what ends up happening is this whole thing seemed to be set up for birds of prey. The person who set up, how did they know
the birds of prey would respond to this?
Does it seem like the birds of prey are randomly on patrol to stop random crimes? This is I don't even know how Batman shows
somehow
up
they
here,
have to hit it across the wire where it's like, oh, there's a suicide, and it's just like, do they just investigate every suicide? This is Gotham. You know how many people die in Gotham a day?
Exactly. And the idea of, it's just like maybe, but GCPD would be there already. They would be the ones to
There's no
investigate
crime scene tape, nothing, no cops on duty.
No, they're just out. And the idea of it being so upfront, but how
they're all
would they
outside
know?
eating donuts and smoking cigarettes, I guess. I don't know.
How would you know that the birds of prey would show up, though?
Yes.
And it's all set up for the birds of prey. Next thing you know, you have the Teen Titans going to Dubai and Japan, or you end up where the Bat Family, or
hey, get Tim Drake. He's doing nothing right now.
The best would be, or you get the GCPD, who would not really know what any of these things mean, and probably just like suicide, boom, done. It's weird.
Case closed. Wrap it up, boys.
This needs that connective tissue of being somebody that the birds of prey somebody knows, or there's something weird. Like all of a sudden they get there and there's like, oh, the guy ended up committing suicide because of a statue of an eagle. Something birds of prey. But you don't get anything.
Well, all we get is Batman saying. Batman does say Oracle sent you here because the suicide is tied to the robbery at the military black site, the experimental drug, and so on. But that's all we get, and it's like we don't know who this guy is. Was he involved with it? I mean, they say he is, but it's just like, what was he? Was he like the scientist? Was he the guy bankrolling? If he's the media mogul who's going to Dubai, then why isn't you mentioning that?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it's. And the idea too, like you said, he did say. Even then, what do we know about that? Oracle sent you here because the suicide is tied to the robbery at the military black site. That is of the like the idea where, in this week, you ended up having at Marvel, you ended up having a pretty good issue of what's it called? Moon Knight. Okay. And in that 8-Ball, crazy 8-Ball, they set up a fake kidnapping of Nadia Pym. So when he goes in, he's going, I want all the science. Give me the science. Because they're just goofing. They're trying to... That's how Batman is. The idea of, Oracle sent you because of this suicide is tied to the robbery at the military black site, the experimental drug. You're not telling us anything. Like, that could just be, Oracle sent you because this is tied to the baseball killer that ended up going and getting 5 hits. And you could say whatever. It doesn't... You don't know what that means. It's all generic stuff.
Mr. Baseball returns.
Yeah, there's not really a story. So she's like, this, and this. And then you go, and then Oracle says, I'm going to grab these clues. She gets an article about this Dubai thing. And all she does then is say, I figured it out. You go to this place where, there's no real connective thing of, I get it. This drug was going to be this, and it was going to be that, and this is that, and this guy's from there. She just ends up reading the things and sends them all there. So she goes, hey, Barda, you're going to go off to this place. And even Black Canary, Dinah says, this has got to be a trap. Oh, it's definitely a trap. But they're still going to do it. No reason to, but they're going to do it. And then she hands out, it's almost like Charlie's Angels will hand out, hey, Barda, you're going to the UAE. Oh, Dubai? Excellent. No, it's not Dubai. That seems to be a joke. Like, it's a running gag, but I don't get it. And then Barda's like, I'm going to wear my bikini. No, you're not. You'll cause an incident. All right, let's keep going. Then
she's
you
end
up...
cause an incident without wearing the bikini. I mean, the way she's causing an incident.
Again, she's just going to Dubai. So, and the idea of UAE, but it's I don't know. So then Canary, I'm sending you to Tokyo. Says, Dinah, I need you in Tokyo. There's an exhibition of some new tech. It might pair interestingly with the experimental drug heist, but we don't know what the experimental drug is. And why would that connect? And it's very odd. And so she's like, I'll never complain about first class. And all this is each of them kind of like Barda. Oh, man, Dubai, that's awesome. I get to wear my bikini. No, you don't. And then Dinah's, oh, man, first class to Tokyo.
Boom, tube.
Great. Oh, yeah, we're not going that. Barda's going to take you boom tube. And then you get, hey, Sin, you and Cass, you're going to be local. We never say anything about that. Just say local. They end up going
get
through
the numbers,
sewers.
but we don't know what the numbers are for.
And so Sin says, because I still need a babysitter. And then first off, I think that Barbara should say, no, bitch, because there's only 3 things to do and we have 4 people. Somebody's going to have to double up.
Would you rather go with her or do the dishes again?
Yeah, really. Or you want to go to Dubai and wear bikinis. Ends up saying, because I still need a babysitter? And then Barbara goes, oh, no, because you have a lot to learn from Cass. It's just the same. It's just saying you have to learn. But the interesting thing is, and I said it the last time, Cass and Sin have a very similar background. They are raised to be weapons. Damien as well. They're really good together, I think. And that is brought up and then just pushed aside. It's very much like, oh, man, we're alike. Yeah, we are. Okay, let's go. And they end up. So then you end up where you have this weird thing where then Barbara says, everybody keep your head on a swivel. They're after us. This is likely a trap. We might die. And then you end up where we're going to have to do things, take unreasonable risk. And then Dinah goes, and everyone have fun. I'm like, what has happened to this book? What is going on? Like, all of a sudden, Barda is starting to say a little more. Now, Dinah's lost her mind. And then you have Sin go, you guys should pick a tone. I'm getting whiplash over here. And then Barda goes, what Sin said. And I swear to God, Kelly Thompson's like, oh my God, I'm so funny. It's not funny. It's annoying.
No.
It's annoying. It's like, it's not great dialogue and it just keeps happening. And it makes no sense. Take that out and tell us what is really going on. Make this mystery make more sense of going off and whatever, because at the end, it just does seem like it's somebody, maybe the time traveling of like, that's what it seems. But whoever it is, they're picking off each of the members, but it's done in such a weird way because then we go off and we'll get through this quick enough, but end up where Sin and they're Gotham at like 300 hours, you know, the deal. 300. You end up where they're scoping something out, but I don't know what. And then you have Sin go, that's him. It's him. I don't know who him is. And then Cass goes, yes. And then this whole thing, because she gets excited. They're like, Cass is hanging upside down like a freaking bat for some reason. And they're hiding in plants. And I don't even know what they're doing. And then so it's him. Yes. Ooh, was that too much? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just excited. We are both raised to be weapons and bad people always want us, but we're different inside. It's good. Thank you. And they hug. What? What are they doing? So then you go to Tokyo, boom, to the roof. Well, then you end up, Dinah's like, what? The roof? And then Barda goes, hey, listen, I'm getting you in. You could get in easier from the roof. It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But it seems like they're having a contest of some sort that I don't understand. Then Canary, instead of using the stealth she's given, Canary cries the doorknob off of this locked door and then says, so clean, like to see Barda do that. What? What are you talking? She got dropped off and then rips open a door and says, I'd like to see Barda do that. Well, you know what Barda does later? Just bashes in the door. That's what she would do. And but it's like, oh, I do it cleaner. What? Why? What is going on? She walks in. Then you go off to the UAE. That's not
very much not Dubai. Like, shut up.
Really? So this play is there. It's not spelled out well. There's a town. There's a giant skyscraper. The town then suddenly becomes movie.
Yeah, it's like a movie
things.
set.
So she says, knock, knock, and hits what looks like a door.
And the whole building just collapses.
And then she goes, I'm excellent at this. I don't know what's happening. And then she walks into this big thing and says, it is strange the building is real and has power when everything else is a farce. If that's a trap, it's an expensive one. And then says, I should take the elevator. But wait a minute, I shouldn't, because that might be trouble. Mother box to the penthouse. I don't know what's happening. Like the rest of the town is set up to fool them. But how? You're setting up weird shit because of nothing. And so she goes to the penthouse. In the penthouse, and this is really a Barda issue. So she's in the penthouse. She's there. Nobody's there. Man, nobody's here. Well, you already said, who do you think is there? Nobody's in the lobby, and the whole town's fake. So she goes in and says, nobody's here. And from the vent above says, Barda free? And then Barda goes, there you are.
Like Barda, I'd be freaking out a little if somebody's talking from the vents.
Yeah, and it seems like she's there to meet somebody, but that maybe it was never set up. Then we go off to Tokyo, and there is suddenly, Dinah seems to have changed maybe, but she's in a huge crowd, I don't know why she had to sneak in the building, because it seems like this is just open house. They're watching a military demonstration where they're like, hey, everybody, this is camouflage. They have some guy on the stage in like a crazy, almost like one of those suits that you do where you're doing like the motion capture that's what it looks like to me. With
like a green screen shoot or
yeah, so it looks like that. So in that, they're like, hey, we're doing this big thing and everybody loves the camouflage, right? Well, watch this. And this guy, and even Dinah's like, I've seen attempts of camo before. Like, this camo becomes the huge thing. And I'm like, really? Like, it seems
it's never been that impressed. Oh my God, he's gone.
Isn't that the play? Is that Kelly Thompson really needs you to be impressed with this? But it is a superhero universe that I've seen tech like this a dime a dozen in this world. But yet Canary's like, I've seen people try to do this camouflage. And then this guy they have just a plant on the stage. He goes in front of the plant. And the thing is, he's not camouflage. He disappears. Camouflage would make it seem like, because where he is, you'd see branches that come down. He just disappears. Yeah. And she goes, Oracle, you read that? This has just got very legit. And then basically says where Oracle's like, this is a game changer. I'm like, a game changer in the land of camouflage? What are you talking about?
What industry? Every industry. It's like, I don't know, it impacted like the candy industry. What does that got to do with
best. It? You say, I swear to God, I was thinking of snack cakes. Oh man, where's that guy who was working the line of the snack cake?
Man, this little Debbie stays a lot better with camo, am I right?
Yeah, holy shit, this camouflage made this so... These Doritos taste camouflaged.
Don't you know I get more mileage on my Ford with the camo tech?
Every industry. I'd love it, the idea. It's like, really? Because I would think that a camouflaged Uber wouldn't do well. You wouldn't know it's there. Like the idea, when's my fucking Uber coming? Then you're giving the guy
here for 20 minutes.
The guy's been there. He's pissed off. He's like, come on. He's honking the horn. You're like, somebody's honking a horn. I don't know who it is. And then you're fighting people. Every industry. What industry? Every industry. I don't think so. I don't think so. Really? Every industry camouflage? It looks like he turned invisible. Plus, you almost get the idea that it would just be like fake. It's so bad. So now you see me, now you don't. So then we go to Gotham, and you see this redheaded guy. This is the guy there. I don't know why. But then they also say, oh man, party boy. Does this guy look like a party boy to you? He's in a suit.
He's wearing a suit,
right? You know what I mean? He's wearing a suit.
He was like a mobster or something.
He looks like Joe Businessman or Mobster. Party boy would be like the idea, like he's wearing like a bucket hat and he's got like jorts on. I don't know. He looked like he's a rapper.
Wearing chains, got his hat
backwards or something. You know what I'm saying? That's what it would be. He'd be like that, like, yo, he's going down. Yeah, no, this guy looks like a party boy. Like, what is he partying at the board meeting? But they're like, oh, man, he just disappeared in the sewers. But he also does it. He jumps down the sewer. I love
how he jumps into it. He's like, woohoo!
And even
he jumps like friggin' Mario.
Yeah, it does. And so I'm like, what? And then they're like, oh, man, look at that. He went in the sewer. And also says he decamps to the sewers after a night of clubbing. Like, what are you talking about?
Are y'all outside a club? This is the lamest club I have ever seen. There's no lights or nothing. No music.
Like, the idea. Like, there was numbers. What was it? The new club, the 2683? I don't even remember the numbers. It was
like 5274 or something. I can't remember the numbers.
You realize you would maybe get it, but they're going to call Jenny.
Hey, it's got 52 in it, don't you know?
Yeah 52. Really. So, and they're there. So, with that, they're in the sewers. They go down. They don't swoosh down, but they go down, and then out of nowhere, Sin goes, by the way, while we're on a mission, I like to be called Majera. We decided on that. Can you call me that? And Cass like, whatever. They're like, sure.
She is literally like, sure, whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Like, it's not a big deal.
We go back to Not Dubai. Now we get weird shit.
Yeah,
this is where I
want to think this is her being clever, but I don't think it is.
From the vent, who did say, and Barda actually seemed like she recognizes who this is. She goes, oh, there you are. Now, did she mean just somebody there?
Yeah.
But again, all of a sudden, this looks like at first like a symbiote type deal. Then you realize, and also I love the idea with the drawing, it then looks like a wig is running across the floor.
It does.
Once you end up, doesn't
Somebody
it? It
lost
looks like
their
somebody's
weave.
like a hair extension. It looks like there was a fight in there. But what happens is this thing jumps through the vent, Because Barda goes, come out and play with Barda. Why don't you? And she goes, oh, by the fires, because all of a sudden this thing attacks. And oh, what manner of material or creature? Barda ends up dropping
The cosmic rod.
the cosmic rod, which then also starts to go across, because now the building tilts.
Yep.
But it's hard to see. She grabs on and goes, this may have been a mistake. So she grabs onto the one desk. The building tilts. The cosmic rod is going to go out.
Is that
and
desk nailed down? Is that like
it seems like everything is weird. Also, again, some of the art, especially in this, barely a background. It's really generic. It seems, but again, it's okay.
That's fine.
But the cosmic rod goes out the window, and so does the weave. But the weave, then you see what it is, and even
As soon as I saw it, I stopped reading the comic for a minute.
I'm an adult, and I even like, what the fuck is Ink doing in this book? And then I even thought, how do I know Ink? Because again, I don't really watch. So then I go on, and I'm like, Ink, and I'm like, yep, it is.
Ink
and
from
I'm like,
Batman Beyond. What the fuck is she doing in the regular time?
What's happening with this, and why is this time, or is this just a thing? And then I look, and there's one person who ends up like, Kelly Thompson announces this will be Ink's first appearance of this or that, the other thing. I'm like, I just think she just threw her in there. It's one of those plays.
I'm hoping that if she is going to tie in that crap with the red, the time traveling person using the red, hopefully it's something like that where she just brought people throughout time. Maybe, but why would Ink care?
That's what I'm saying. Ink is there.
She has no connection
really
to the Birds of Prey.
And so what they're doing here is trying to trick Barda, because what ends up, you find out there's a hit list. They want to kill all the Birds of Prey. So why wouldn't you think up the plan of, let's send, I'll say it again from the beginning, let's send Barda, not to Dubai, but to a fake town in the UAE, a fake town with one skyscraper. I mean, you didn't need the rest of the town.
Yeah,
she's going to go to that skyscraper, but you set up a fake town to go to the skyscraper, to then go to the penthouse, to then go and see Ink. When Ink falls down, have the building tilt so that Barda can't get Ink, but also gets the cosmic rod, because you need that. That's crucial. And then the penthouse becomes a rocket ship and launches into space. And what? And so the reason the cosmic rod, which seemed very random, is because then Barda can't boob tube off the deal. She's going to blow up in space. In the meantime, she's not freaking out the way she should. She's just like, oh man, I'm in space. Tries to call Oracle, but can't really get through because she's in space. Oracle starts telling Dad, I can't get a hold of Barda. There's some things. I don't know where your location is. Barda goes, bitch, I'm in space. But in that, when you see it, it's so funny that inside this capsule, it still is the office from the penthouse. And then all of a sudden there's a bomb.
Yeah. It's not just a bomb, Jim. It's dynamite attached to a timer. Like, what?
I don't think, if you ended up where there was no Ink, nothing, right? And she went up to that penthouse, you could have just put something randomly up there to destroy. The bomb could have went off then. You don't have to launch her into space. You're in the middle of the desert anyway.
You didn't have to send her to space.
No, you don't have to go to space. And then, because it almost is the idea of this, like, you've added 7 steps to a plan that was ridiculous at the beginning. And I know it's comics, but boy, the idea where, again, Barda goes to a fake town that isn't Dubai.
A movie set town with a fully functional skyscraper that turns into a frickin' rocket that has explosives in it. It's only there to be blown up.
And I do like the idea that I would say that with the explosive, it's old school. It's a bunch of data. They tried to cut corners there. Like the idea that it's not like just an atomic bomb or whatever. It's a couple things of like dynamite strapped together with a timer. But again, why?
You
What is
should have just
happening?
sent her to freaking like Nevada to one of them like nuclear, like them fallout towns, or where the like bomb testing site. Just send her there. Be like, oh, they're going there for whatever reason. Then just drop a nuke on her.
How about this? I'll do you one better. How about you set up a clue that the whole damn team is there, and you kill them right away
All at
with
once,
an atomic
yes.
bomb, all dead. Or if they were all there and this happened, they'd all be in the spaceship and die. But yet you're gonna
No, we got to kill them one at a time.
and that 1 down, 4 to go. And the idea that you're there and you do have a little draw, and it feels like it's just going to be that other villain and whatever. But when you do this and you like cross off Barda, and it is the picture from the fashion show, you cross off. I can't think that you would just sit there and say, boy, I love when a plan comes together, because this plan is so crazy and ridiculously stupid and had to have cost $1 billion. And yet they're just like, yep, one down. What can you do to top that? How can you be more ridiculous than that? And it's so bad. It did make me laugh. Just the idea where at the end I'm like, what is happening in this rocket ship? Out of
Rocket Man.
And then again, and just to throw it in, just to ink. Like you're like, what?
Why is she here? And I even looked up. For whatever reason, I was like, let me look up continuity. Maybe this is something clever. And it's like, no. Last time she appeared was in Dan Jurgens' Batman Beyond run. That's it. Like there was no time travel, whatever with it. Okay,
and supposedly,
I don't know.
like this is even like she thinks this is like a first deal, and no, it's not good. It's so weird. And then, if you want to keep the fun going, you can read the Fire and Ice When Hell Freezes Over preview.
I refused.
We did not, but me and Simon will be doing that. We'll be covering that, so we'll see how it goes. But all in all, this week was weird. There was a lot of wacky books. There was a lot of books that I hate sitting there. Like, this was kind of funny to try to... There's no way you could understand it. It makes no sense.
You get way too many, not even half explanations. You get quarter explanations.
This week, I said too many times, I don't understand what's going on this week. And there were weird books. And so it's over. This is the last book, obviously. But boy, it was a doozy. What would you give it?
I'm going to give this a 3 out of 10. I was just lost throughout. I mean, I do think that the artwork for the most part is good. There are panels and scenes where, like I said, when the building started turning into the rocket ship and tilting, I didn't know what was going on at first. I was like, what?
No, it tilted, and I thought there was an earthquake.
I wasn't sure. And then, the freaking... That one panel where it's like, oh, the guy just disappears in front of the planet. You can't even tell. It's like he disappears. It's not like he turned camo, but...
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought that then that would be a thing if he just disappeared, but he goes down in the sewers. Like, it doesn't seem connected. And I'll give you the one thing too, where I'm reading it, and I never thought that building was a rocket ship, but I thought that Barda at one point I'm like, why is she trying to rip the desk out? Like, it looked like that was happening to me. And then at one point she like grabs the desk, and I thought she hit something and accidentally caused a rocket. I don't know, but it wasn't that. Then you realize the deal. But I don't know. I haven't given one. No, I'm telling you, go 3 out of 10. I'm going to go classic. I haven't given one. I'm giving it fuck you 5. I'm telling you, it's so wacky.
I can't go high as a 5. I can't. This
again,
was just rough.
It's a special 5, and it's one of those wink. Like it's really bad. It's really bad. It's rough. And if again. I'm giving Kelly Thompson credit here, and I don't know if I should, because what I'm thinking is the book is like, I'm going with the idea the book is ending. She's told to wrap up things, but what do you wrap up? We've read every issue. There's nothing really to wrap up. So she's forcing it. That's why I do think you might be right with the red and the time travel, that she's forcing that because that's the only thing you've done. So let's wrap that up.
It was either that or going to be the ninjas following Sin.
And that'll probably come in with that as well because of the idea. But in the meantime, this is so like, it feels so like I don't know what to do, but I'll just throw things there. And Bart, like, who came up with, I'll give the imagination of coming up with the idea, but Bart is not dead.
She's not dead.
You're going to see her. The big play in my mind, because everything ends up a joke, she's going to, and I'm looking now, I got to look, she's got a regular outfit on, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somehow that outfit will be damaged to make it into a bikini.
Yep. I was just going to say, she'll be wearing a bikini underneath.
And if you do look, with the actual thing, if you burn the blue chainmail parts of the uniform, it becomes a bikini.
Yes, it does.
And I think that's what happens. I think that now, in the meantime, maybe this person who's against them doesn't like the bikinis because that's what Barda was wearing, and so was Dinah in that picture. But no, I think that she's like, and ends up...
I think she's going to fall back to Earth, land on a beach, and then turn her outfit into a bikini.
If she actually falls down and ends up in Dubai or the UAE, that's another bit of bullcrap because there's no way you're going to shoot a rocket up and fall back in exactly the spot that you were there. But I do think that she is going to fall back and it's going to be an impromptu bikini. And we will laugh so hard because it's so ridiculous. But there you go. There you go. And yeah, something and again, you could just say Barda's not going to die from blowing up, but you could say that some other thing happened. She did this. I don't know, but she's not dead. So we'll see. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for joining me for this one. What a crazy book. What a wacky book.
Yeah.
It's so wacky, but I had fun talking about it.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. It's just ridiculous. But Bikini Barda is going to be had. And yeah, we get next week and I'll be going off to talk about what we'll be talking about next week. Next week, there's a lot of books and there's some good ones. So I'm
God.
glad because this week was
This
off.
was
You
rough.
even said you saw the lineup of this week's books and barely read anything this week. And you just get to them later, and that's bad. And just as
I'm usually the first one to read everything. I get up right at like 6 o'clock in the morning and read them.
I know that this is out of time because this is the end, but I'm already in talk news, but this week I do plan on talking. I just wanted to get your opinion. The idea that the news is going to kind of be an announcement that I heard is going to happen. I think its Image already did, but books are going to start going up in price really quick. And I'm talking like 33% books are going up.
Lord.
And that's before tariffs. And they said tariffs might affect it too. So we might end up, and I'll talk about it at the beginning, obviously, but the idea of books now, they might now be $7 for a normal book and things like
something
that.
I would like to mention too, real quick. I got a trade paperback in of Batman Offworld today, and they switched materials. Now this is like a really cheap material now.
And you know what's funny? A lot of times DC has been criticized for some of the regular books having really cheap material as well.
When I say this is flimsy, Jim, I'm talking about like this is like sheet of paper flimsy. Yeah.
And I know, and I'm sure he is listening, but my man Trevitt, he gets really triggered by that. Like he really gets upset when he gets trades. When
easily
they're
fold this book
like
in
that.
half. It wouldn't take any effort.
That's not good. That's not good. And again, if you put,
but it was still $17.99.
Yeah. This is why manga's winning. I think again, if books go up 33% and then another it's trouble. Yep. I think that maybe it's the idea. Maybe they want to kind of force the issue and get people to go digital, and it almost feels like. But again, the digital they should if it's because of tariffs or it's because of something, digital should remain the same price. You can't charge $7.
Well, you saw where that Nintendo stuff, the Nintendo Switch 2 just came out. They're charging $80 digital for the games, and it's just like, are you serious? Like that's crazy.
And they even said because of all the craziness going on, and tariffs and all these things, they're not even like some places aren't taking pre-orders because they don't know what it's going to cost at one point. So it's tough. But comics are already having some problems, and you don't need to get them that expensive. So I hope that's not something that happens, but the guy who told me, he's like, it's happening. It's happening.
Oh, Lord.
And they're Marvel and DC.
We're all going to be reading one book a month.
Yeah,
you got to choose one.
I'm telling you, if it really came down to a thing where legit, like everybody said, the idea, me and Eric talked about this before, because of the Ultra app and you get the things, it almost would be like, okay, well, we'll just do things a month late as they come out there. We'll go as that as but
yeah,
it doesn't work that way. Everybody wants to hear the stuff that week. But it was funny. Once that Ultra came out and they decided a month, I did say to Eric, and I kept track for a bit. And the podcasts from a month before, like when those books hit, they did get a bump because of the books coming out and people were waiting to read them on the app. And so that was kind of a weird, kind of cool thing. But yeah, so.
I mean, that's how I'm reading Absolute Wonder Woman, and I'm actually enjoying it. So
yeah, it's good. I like
Kelly Thompson can be good.
Yeah. I just think that she's got to be inspired. She has to know what she's doing and maybe get a little bit of a tight, grip or something. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. But we'll go off now. I'm going to talk about what we're going to talk about next week. So thanks for joining me, Zach.
No problem.
And we'll go to that right about now. And that is it for this week's show. Thanks, everybody who joined me. Please go to the show notes to check out all of the addresses, the YouTubes, the Twitters, where you can find most of the people that I did talk to. And also thanks to everybody listening. If you know it or not, now you're part of the Get Fresh crew. Thanks to Patreons, all the badasses, everybody on Patreon for supporting us, making it all worthwhile and getting me inspired to keep doing this whole thing. But these are the books that we're going to be talking about next week, starting with the Absolute stuff. Again, me and Gray have an Absolute show, the Absolute DC Comic Show, where we go through whatever Absolute books come out that week. It seems to be just one, Absolute Batman number 7 this week, but we'll be doing that live stream on our YouTube channel, Weird Science Comics, at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you can't make it to the live stream, you can still listen to either the recap, the replay of the show on YouTube, or if you like to listen to podcasts, which I guess you might. Since you're listening to this one, you'll be able to hear it on the feed in a little edited version. We end up talking about things afterwards on the live stream. So if you want to get into that, you can go to the YouTube, but it is Absolute Batman number 7. And now here are the books that we'll have on the regular show. 2 of these picked by the badasses, the Get Fresh crew, which will then end up being on our Patreon only spotlight. That probably should maybe come out Thursday night. If not, the only reason I say that is because of trying to grab each person to do reviews. It's going to end up where there's sometimes where one of the books will be a book with a guy who can't, record till Saturday or Friday, and that might delay it, but it will be up each and every week. And we have Action Comics number 1085. I believe that is the G. Willow Wilson start and end of the Superman Superstars nonsense. After that, it goes to Mark Waid. So yes, indeed, you have G. Willow Wilson with Gavin Guidry on art. So that'll be a pretty cool deal to go through. We have Batman and Robin number 20. I ended up where me and Tom were talking about the last issue, and we're like, okay, we're coming. Doesn't seem like the story's ending any bit soon. Memento keeps going on. We thought it was coming to an end. It was far from that. In fact, this issue kind of does do a little bit of a side type thing, not going after Memento, but showing 3 different perspectives, 3 different things going on. It seems okay. Speaking of Tom, me and Tom will also be doing Batman Dark Patterns number 5, that whole Scarface tower of craziness. Yeah, it was a weird one. That first issue. Hopefully we'll start liking that a little bit more, but we'll be talking about that. Aquaman number 4. The Jeremy Adams book that I'm really enjoying. A lot of other people are enjoying as well, so I'm looking forward to that. We have Green Lantern Corps number 3. I really like the last issue of Green Lantern Corps. Me and Simon talked about that. We'll continue doing that. Then we have DC versus Vampires, World War V number 8, a book that nobody's talking about, but we'll keep talking about it here. But boy, there's not a lot of hype for that there book. Then, you want to hear hype. We have some hype. The pretty much last book of this list. I thought there was going to be more books next week. We have, I think, 7 on the podcast. That's actually 7, 2 on the Patreon spotlight, so 5 on the deal. But Fire and Ice, When Hell Freezes Over, number 1, the Joanna Starr deal. I'll be talking with Simon about that. Simon liked the first series a lot more than other people. And when me and him ended up, because Eric had stepped away for a bit back then, when Fire and Ice started, me and Simon read the first issue. I actually liked the first issue of Fire and Ice. I thought it was okay. The whole concept, going to Smallville, nonsense. But some of the jokes were pretty good at that point. It seemed to be doing something different. And then the whole thing really lost track of itself. It got very convoluted. So I hope this is tighter. And while a lot of people will pish-posh it right away, I will wait to read the issue to see if it's good or bad. I hope every book is good. I know that there are some people out there that are probably like, I hope that book stinks, but why? Why not want to have something good? And really, if that book ends up being good, it'll be a really big surprise, and that would be pretty darn cool. So 2 of these books, and I do believe that it will probably be Fire and Ice, When Hell Freezes Over, and DC versus Vampires, World War V number 8. That's what I think will be on the spotlight. We'll see. But again, remember, we're also doing Absolute Batman on a Friday night, 7:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every week. We'll be doing that on our YouTube channel, Weird Science Comics. Also on the Weird Science Comics YouTube channel, I will be doing on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'll be doing a live Best of the Week show. Not just DC, but all the books. And that I'll be doing with Gray. He's going to be joining me this week. Not always, but when he can, he'll be joining me. And I'll probably have a lot of different people join me throughout for that one. And then on Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to have the preview show where I will go into these books and the books that I am looking forward to a little more in depth, reading the solicits, talking about what led to that issue, all that sort of thing, and having fun and talk to people in the live chat as well. So I hope that you end up going and subscribing to the Weird Science Comics channel. And also, put the notifications on and you'll see when we go live, because I also almost forgot another thing that we do Sunday morning, the Sunday morning comic talk with Sully, where I talk to my man, Eric O'Sullivan, and we go through a couple books, mainly Marvel books, but we also have a couple just, chit chat, talk about things, laugh about Boston versus Philadelphia, talk a little hockey. Sully last week told me that a guy in Boston is famous for saying that you can only talk about hockey for 15 minutes. There's not and I'm like, okay, I got that. And then we did talk a little teeny bit of hockey, but it's just a fun show. It's a positive show. So what ends up happening is Sully reads some books and then tells me what he likes. And then we get on and we discuss those, and hopefully I like them too. But so far, so good. I have actually picked up a couple books, including, if you are reading Marvel, the Red Hulk book. That is a tie-in to the One World Under Doom, but it barely ties in. None of the tie-ins seem to tie into that whole event anyway. The event's already in 2 issues, I think, a complete mess. But that Red Hulk is just a prison break, and I wouldn't have read it unless Sully and me were doing that. So it's just a little more positive spin on that. And for the last thing, though it's not DC, but Eric's not here anymore. He would yell, and he wouldn't let me talk about other things. The whole Marvel Comics podcast. I do it with Matt, but it's going to expand like this show. We're going to open up and have it with a bunch of different people. We already kind of did. Sully joins in a bit. This week, Jason talks to me, Sue42 to you and me. We talked about the Ultimate X-Men. That's a book me and him cover. But Gray actually is joining me this week as well to talk about 2 books that I hadn't been reading. And one was the all-new Venom, because of Mary Jane reveal, but also I jumped back into the Moon Knight, the Jed MacKay Moon Knight, Fist of Khonshu, and it was a fun issue. It was probably one of my favorites, and if you do watch the best of the week, that will definitely be on it. It's an 8-ball story, and it made me giggle. So just all in all, we have a lot of things going on. Check the show notes here to see all the links, and if you could, it'd be great to go to our Patreon where you can get more and more and more shows. There's a ton, but also help support everything and keep things running smoothly. So that is it. Thanks, everybody, once again. And I will talk to you all later.
Every other show sucks. That's why you're listening to us. Every other show sucks. We're the only one that isn't us. So thank you for being smart. From the bottom of our heart, thank you for being smart. 'Cause everything that us just tastes like a fart. They stink like a fart. Things like a fart, like a fart. They stink like a fart. Let's go! 2, 3, 4, 5. Has read comics most of his life. 9, 8, 7, 6. Jim can really act like a shut your mouth. Every other show.